Thank you. No, no, not. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thanks to my colleagues and Madam Chair. In the interest of time, I'm not going to make an extended opening statement. Just to say that it's been a very challenging year for the team at the Ministry of Health and Wellness. We have, I think, tried to weather the storm by providing the leadership at the clinical level, particularly around the COVID response. And we are happy to answer any questions that are posed on this area or any other area. The new budget does reflect the direction that we hope to provide the leadership on behalf of the government of Jamaica. As far as health is concerned, public health is concerned, it is a budget that is in keeping with our 10-year strategic plan, Vision of Health 2030. And while there is a general reduction in the overall numbers year over year, $91.46 billion as opposed to $98.86 billion 2021-22 over 2022-2023, a decrease of 7% or $7.5 billion. The breakout of that budget will indicate the areas of focus such as, and the areas, of course, where the reduction would have been accounted for. And one would say that we would not want to have an interpretation of the reduction that suggests that there aren't significant areas of increase while you still account for an overall reduction. So on the capital budget side, for example, there is a 130% increase, or a $2.77 billion increase, 4.9 billion as opposed to 2.13 billion. And that again accounts for the direction that we hope as a government to take.
Sorry to break you, Minister. Could you be so kind, Minister, since you would be the only one without your mask, to remove your mask so we can hear you clearly?
Oh. It's a request that I will gladly comply with, Madam Chair. I was actually going to do it, but I wasn't sure if you're going to instruct me to put it back on. So, and I am vaccinated, and so is the team here. So, yeah, Madam Chair, I'm going to close here. I was just saying that while we have had a 7% decrease in the overall budget, there are critical areas of fairly significant increase, particularly on the capital side. And some of the decrease that we will explain once asked account for some of the extraordinary activities that were associated with COVID over the past year. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, thank you very much, and I now open the floor for going through. Thank you.
Member Guy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, also in the interest of time, I'll just jump into the questions. We know that last year has been an extraordinary year in terms of the COVID response and management, and hence the expenditure from the point of view of the ministry went up as far as $91 billion. And COVID, of all the spend, the COVID response had the greatest increase in terms of the spend. So basically, if you look at, say, the approved expenditure for 21-22 initial without the revised, that's a ballpark that the ministry usually spends. You're spending $91 billion this year, And in terms of nominal amount, that is an increase, but if you factor inflation into it, you're basically back at the same level that you were at in the approved estimate for 2021. Having regard to the fact that there are new constraints that you have and new developments that will take place. But I note here that if you look at 42,000, page 2, compensation of employees, we see here that it has reduced from 48 billion to 46.8, which is basically a $1.3 billion decrease. Can you explain what that is?
All right, so thank you, member. And I'm looking at the area that you have referenced. The reduction would be a result of the extraordinary payments around COVID, the incentive payments to staff. And you may recall that we had to engage additional staff and also staff that had to work additional hours. So hopefully the plan is that this may not be the case this year, or is unlikely to be the case this year.
Okay. Minister, does that mean that the doctors and the additional doctors who have been employed to deal with the COVID response will no longer have a job based on what we are presented here in the budget?
Not necessarily, member. You may recall that during the period, certainly over the last 2 years, not just over the last year, we have had new posts created, and the intention is to absorb those doctors, at least for the most part, in those posts. That is a process that is still taking place, but that's the intention. But so we will end up having a bigger cadre of healthcare workers.
But where is that reflected in the budget, Minister? Because if you look at subhead 05 under public health services, you see a reduction of about $3 billion. How do you factor the increased numbers of persons who have been employed when we see from that perspective, as well as supportive of what the point I made earlier on, there's a reduction in terms of compensation of employees?
So there's a reconciliation that would have to be had, member, around established posts, some of which were vacant even prior to the additional numbers being brought on in temporary positions, and the payment associated with those temporary positions, including overtime payment, and putting those in permanent position, which would have a particular set payment. So that is where that reconciliation would be required. You end up paying a lot more when you have to pay overtime as opposed to established positions, which we have absorbed a number of those persons in.
Okay, and that also explains the reduction from 12 billion to 6 billion in the budget for the COVID response in head 01-10-668. That's 42,000, page 3.
What page are you on?
42,000, page 3.
Oh.
Central Administration, subhead 10668, COVID-19 response. Moving from 12 billion to 6. Okay. All right, yes. The short answer is yes. It's all related to the COVID response and the fact that at this point in time, that response is not nearly as high as it was at the peak of the activity earlier this year or last year. All right, Minister, can you, if you flip the page to 42,004, can you say if the country is up to date in terms of its membership fees to the respective international organizations?
Short answer, member, is yes.
And what's the long one?
The long one is that we value the relationship with our international or multilateral partners, and in particular during this COVID period. So the PAHOs, WHOs, CARFAs were absolutely critical in the partnership that characterized the response. And, you know, like you would do, I took particular keen interest in ensuring that their payments were made.
All right. Minister, can you tell us what is the status of the Jamaica-Cuba and eye care program?
Right. So it's interesting you've asked that, because, Madam Chair, the reason why I'm late was because I was meeting with the new Cuban ambassador to discuss that and several other things. To welcome him to Jamaica, he has been here 2+ months, and to familiarize ourselves with each other, but also to raise some of the important programs, and to thank him for the support. 140 medical personnel that came in March of 2020, just when COVID was the heightened alert and the uncertainty around COVID. We benefited from that program significantly. On the eye program, in his words, and I know he wouldn't mind my saying this, while the program has stopped, the program is on standby to be restarted. We have expressed our interest to get it going. COVID has been somewhat of a restriction, if you will. And what we have committed to each other to doing is to have the technocrats meet. There are some other things we would like to integrate into the program to mainstream it, not just at one location, but in a more broad scale way to serve the demands for eye care. And there's a willingness to do that. So the short answer is that we are back to getting that standby into active engagement.
So essentially you're saying, Minister, that the program, based on the deliberations with the technocrats, ought to resume?
That's the short answer, yes.
Okay.
But you had asked me for the long answer the last time.
All right, Minister, we note that if you go to page 7, the regulation of health products and health facilities and certification and licensing, that basically what you have there is that your amount to employees in terms of compensation is increased, but there's a drastic reduction in terms of the traveling allowance. Can you explain the cut from 39 billion provisional for 2021, the same amount for approved 21, 22, and now we're at 3.5, coming from 39 million to 3.5 million?
Category. Okay. Right. So there's a compensation review that has taken place, and so there is a reassignment of the monies from travel and expenses and placing it into compensation. So that would be right, which explains the reduction. So if you look at 2021, right, 21 moves to 117 million from 82.
Yeah, I see that, Minister.
So it's a rearranging of the
yes,
numbers.
but it basically means then that for them to carry out their work effectively, there'd be a reduction in the traveling. So are we saying, therefore, that the regulation of health products and facilities and the certification and licensing will be done remotely? Because you're reducing the significant, you need people out there in the field. So whereas you are reassessing or organizing the amounts of money, why is the traveling so drastically reduced?
So my understanding, firstly, the monies are still here. The issue becomes now how it is organized for accounting purposes in terms of itemized activity. And therefore, the funds will still be available. It's just how it is categorized based on the compensation review that has taken place. In other words, there is no cut in the funds.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
But I also understand, Minister, based on the Ministry of Finance's directives, that if there's going to be any environment of funding, then that has to get permission from the ministry, and that what is in the budget is really how it's supposed to be utilized. So I find it a little strange that even though the compensation of employees has increased by a significant amount, the traveling and
Right.
subsistence.
So remember, what I'm saying is that with the compensation review, the itemized fixed payment on around transportation is rolled into salary arrangements, and as a consequence, it is accounted for in a separate category, but having the same functions that would be required to be carried out for effective implementation of the job. So it's a matter of how the resources are allocated and are accounted for based on the new compensation review arrangements and the accounting that would have accompanied that. So no, I think that what is important is to say no one will be worse off. That's the most important.
Okay. Let us go to 42,000, page 9. The performance targets in terms of maternal mortality and immunization, those were the targets. What were the achievements in those two areas, so 21, 22, or one could say towards December 2021?
But it would have been less than what was targeted, right?
No, it's greater. It's greater. We're greater, but we're lower than that. Because of COVID, we had about 40 million.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Because of the COVID-19.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't have the figures here and would be willing to make those available. What I will say is that COVID has had several side effects, remember? And one of those side effects would have been the extent to which some of the other functions of public health would have been impacted by the priority given to COVID cases. There is a review that is taking place now to determine the most significant side effects, if you will, for want of a better word, backlog in surgeries, etc., mental health, and so on. As far as maternal health is concerned, the data is showing that we have had an increase in maternal deaths during this period. I would need to check to get the specifics of that, but I would, it is unfortunate, and it's something that we have to recover from. I would be prepared to say, though, that part of that has been the diversion, if you will, to focusing on the COVID response in all its forms.
You mentioned backlog in surgery, Minister, and that is also affecting KPH at this time, because currently it is my understanding, and you can disabuse me of that understanding, that surgeries are not being able to be performed because of anesthetic machines that are out of use as we speak, and that those surgeries that have been backlogged over a period of time cannot be performed in an expeditious manner. Having said that, what is the proposal from the ministry, although it's captured in your budget as to what you're going to spend, but not necessarily on that? Can you give the country or the parliament an indication of how soon that will be addressed?
So it's my intention to address in a more detailed and specific way in the sectoral presentation.
But it can't wait, sectoral, Minister.
No, I know. I was leading up,
Oh.
as I run up to the wicket. But in the meantime, I agree with you that there is an issue as it relates to backlog, and understandably so. We have suspended elective cases on several occasions when COVID became a big issue in terms of bed space and so on. There is an intention to develop a special program around clearing up that backlog. Now, what that means, it means we have to deal with the operating theaters and the infrastructure So it's a combination of the infrastructure and the people. As far as the infrastructure is concerned, which is part of the problem at KPH, we are now reviewing to determine at the regional authority level and the ministry what needs to be done to improve the infrastructure for greater reliability and indeed for additional capacity. And while we're doing that, we're looking at the waiting times for particular categories of elective surgeries. We have never really stopped giving priority to emergencies, but to elective surgeries. And the intention is to categorize those, identify the ones with the longest wait, and try to develop a priority program around clearing up that backlog in the coming financial year. That may also, and I'm speaking now in terms of the options that we're looking at, it could also mean some sort of public-private partnership arrangement. So we'll provide greater details on that. But there is a need, I agree with you, to deal with that, because it is a problem.
Okay. You did mention, but in that mix, and I'm sure technocrats have looked at it, in terms of prioritization of the long cases that are outstanding in terms of how the potential for them to become emergencies to go in that direction, to have it done. University Hospital Minister, towards the time when we had the dengue outbreak, the ministry had entered into an arrangement with University Hospital for them to see children without a cost to them, and the government will bear that particular cost. Is that arrangement still on for pediatric patients being seen at University Hospital?
Remember, no, that was a specific arrangement related to a specific period.
I understand, but just want to know if
it's not currently, as far as I know, in play. It was a result of the dengue outbreak at the time and the need to deal with the overflow from Bustamante Hospital for Children, which is no longer a problem.
All right. Minister, National Public Health Lab. I see here where the allocation this year substantially jacked up last year because of, I suspect, it's a COVID pandemic, and has remained basically the same amount this year. But there's a question I want to ask, which I asked last year, and it is the response of the National Public Health Lab in returning samples that are done in the hospitals that need pathological examination and reporting in a timely manner, as well as pap smears, which my understanding is that some regions have resorted to send these to private laboratories. What is the status now, and how quickly are we going to be able to correct that situation so the National Public Health Lab can start giving out these results on a timely basis, so we don't have the potential for cases, for example, cancer, to spread? Because we do know that in instances, 6 months is sometimes when these results reach back to the hospitals. Yes.
Okay. So again, the last year can easily be considered an extraordinary year based on the COVID response and the prioritization of capacity towards dealing with that. Now that we are kind of realigning to normalization, whether living with COVID or getting COVID out totally eventually, we are able to redirect, if you will, our resources. The bottleneck, as it relates to the National Public Health Lab, was primarily related to personnel. Pathologists, my understanding is that there is a move to recruit and hire more. These are not always readily available, these personnel, and so it's a function of availability. But it is in keeping with the priorities that we are setting for ourselves during the course of this year. And I'm hoping that the concern that you raise, which I'm sure is shared by others, will be addressed based on less demand on the system for COVID and hiring more to still enhance the capacity further.
All right. Minister, the status of hospitals in terms of maintenance and the need for maintenance and rehabilitation. The figure that is there is 1.3, which is basically what was done last year. Do you think this will go a far way in improving the facilities at the respective hospitals across the country and, well, hospital and health centers, outside of those that you are proposing to build, but the actual maintenance of these hospitals and health centers and the facilities?
I think, firstly, and I know you don't mean this as it appears, but I don't think we should glance over the ambitious target set by the government to expand hospital infrastructure in Jamaica. It's the largest capital investment.
Far from that, Minister. We come to that when we go to see.
No, I'm making the connection, and I'm sure Madam Chair will allow me to make this very important point. It's the largest capital investment in hospital infrastructure, health infrastructure, not hospital alone, since independence. I mean, it's significant. Spanish Town, a $6 billion or so project, is going to mean, I am told by the data monitors, the PS here reminds me, it's expected to be the largest single government building project. Am I right? Since independence? Since independence. I'm told that there's never been a building that is built out and equipped to the tune of that amount of expenditure. And it's a credit. It's a credit to the government, the administration, because health has always been seen as almost a secondary imperative, and I think COVID has shown us that it can't be. It's a credit to you too, member. You were at the expo and you saw the designs and so on. And I want to commend you for the commendations that you volunteered at the time when you visited. But the reason the reason I raise that is to say that we appreciate that part of the problem which has led to where we are now, where we have to invest, is exactly what you have said. That we have not been in the habit of maintaining our infrastructure. And it's a very serious problem. We build and we are allowed to depreciate rapidly because we don't do routine preventative maintenance. So part of the policy posture of the administration now is to ensure that there is an appropriate maintenance regime in place. It's a function, it involves looking at the regions to determine if we have some shared services. So it's not just about how much money is spent, it's also about the efficiency of the expenditure. Each region tend to have their own infrastructure for institutions and for the region. We believe there's some value to be had by having some consolidation of services and shared services and public-private partnerships, so that instead of us maintaining in a way that is somewhat ad hoc, we consolidate. So take, for example, I know this is a long-winded response, but take, for example, the equipment, which is a big problem, diagnostics. We are now exploring the possibility of lease as a standard response, as opposed to every institution or region purchasing a piece of equipment, different manufacturers, some have service warranties, some don't have, and you end up with a very hodgepodge, ad hoc arrangement that makes maintenance very difficult. So, remember, we are responding to the concern that you have rightly raised. Thank you.
Minister, you mentioned lease. Remind me, is the COBAS machine leased?
The COVAX,
COBAS for the National Public Health.
Yes, it is.
It's a lease machine, yes. Okay. It was leased primarily for the HIV program. Okay. All right. Minister, you mentioned something about consolidation, and that's where my next question was going, you know. Right. There was a review of the regional health authorities. We spoke to some consolidation of posts within the regions and centralizing back some of them. Now we are spending in terms of direction and administration $1.5 billion this year, up from 1.04 last year. and for the 4 regions. And we have not heard anything in terms of definitive move as to whether the recommendations will be accepted as part of cost saving within government. Where are we with that?
Right. So again, sorry to make this my sort of automatic default response.
Short answer.
COVID has been a great disruptor of a lot of plans. And the last 2 years, we have had to shelve or at least slow down the response to some of the things that we wanted to do. And the regional authorities and the examination of the authorities and restructuring has been a casualty of that kind of priority. Having said that, I do agree with you that the regions have to be examined and were examined with the help of the Pan American Health Organization and the consultants that they sent. There are some recommendations that are being reviewed. We have instead, me as minister, working through the boards, focused my attention on getting the regions to have more updated audited accounts, to become more accountable in terms of the expenditure. We have started to see some savings. If you notice, which section is it that shows utilities reduced by about 11%, the cost of utilities. So we have seen some areas of savings, and that is positive, but we have been trying to clean up the books so that we can show greater levels of accountability on behalf of the regions while we look at the recommendations, now that I think we hopefully will have some breathing room to focus on other things going forward.
Minister, I asked my colleague to allow me to ask a question. I'm a little concerned. While I welcome the new expenditures on the new hospital infrastructure, I'm concerned about what systems we are putting in place to ensure that the money spent we get value for. And I say that in the context of Cornwall Regional, where we have spent billions without seeing the value of it. You're going to be doing a major new building at the University Hospital, something at Spanish Town. In terms of the ministry's own governance and accountability, what is going to be put in place to ensure that those billions which are being spent, that taxpayers get value for it?
Right. And I think that's a very pertinent question, member. It has been a concern that has occupied our minds in the ministry to ensure that we learn from our experiences, and Cornwall has been a great teacher. It has been a humbling experience in many ways, because we have gone through a process that has shown up a lot of weaknesses in the system. I would not say that it wasn't money that created value. And at some point, I suspect we will have to account for every dollar spent at Cornwall. And I am more than willing to sit at the table and be challenged on how, and to accept where we have had inefficiencies. And I put it no greater than that. The challenge with Cornwall has been the attempts at correcting a process that has been neglected over time, routine maintenance, and to correct a brownfield site which has had the consequences of changing scope as we go along and as we discover new issues with the building, whether it was deteriorating walls, broken pipes, electrics, and so on. So essentially what we had to do eventually, which never started out that way, was to strip the entire building. I think we are on a good path now, because in that process, we have adjusted, recognizing the inadequacies of capacity for project management around hospital build-out. We did try to use all locals. What we have done in this instance is gone overseas, which led to some of the delays, to identify a firm or examine the possibilities around a firm which eventually was engaged, that has all the requisite experience in hospital build-out. They have become the quality assurance entity engaged by the ministry to advise the ministry, and they are sort of an oversight. Then you have an entire project management team that has been brought in-house with a project manager, and then of course you have the contractor who has been awarded through competitive process to take to the next phase. when you put those three layers together, particularly the quality assurance experts who are experts both in practice and in qualification and in experience, we do believe that you're going to see a much smoother flow to the recovery of Cornwall. Now, on the IDB front, Cornwall is not IDB. The other major expansions like Spanish Town, Mayne, St. Anne's, and the 10 health centers is a project involving GOJ and the Inter-American Development Bank and the European Union. We are happy for that partnership for more than one reasons. The money is, of course, but beyond that, the systems that are required to be put in place to ensure that quality is maintained. There are some rigid systems. We have hired the project management team. We go to international tender shortly for breaking ground of Spanish Town, so it will be open. We are engaging owner's agent who is, again, a firm that has the expertise to manage quality control and to reduce waste, and they will become accountable to the ministry and by extension to the government and the people of Jamaica. So a lot of care is being taken, member, and I do believe that, you know, the people of Jamaica will benefit from that infrastructure that we're putting in place, or the capacity we're putting in place.
Minister, I wasn't planning to go there yet, but the member asked a question. What is the position regarding the oversight committee that you announced recently, which involved some members of the Montego Bay Chamber of Industry and Commerce? What's the situation there? And has that who is the head of that committee?
Right. So when we had signed the contract recently in Montego Bay for the next phase of Cornwall build-out, it was following on discussions from the local chamber, the parish chamber, to obviously expressing, and rightly so, concerns about where the project was going. And we decided, based on conversations with them, that we would consolidate the oversight body, because as you know, we did have an oversight body led by Professor Archie MacDonald, former principal of the University of the West Indies. And including that oversight body, the Montego Bay Chamber team, or some nominees. And the expectation was that there'd be a sort of co-chair involving the head of the chamber or the nominee from that group. And the existing oversight body, and the benefit there would be to have the local business community in Montego Bay participate in the process and add their voice to what was happening. I know that the project manager for Cornwall has been in touch with them. I know they have done tours of the facility, and that conversation continues. I really do need to convene a meeting with both groups to consolidate the oversight in a formalized way. Unfortunately, I have not done so as yet, but it's something that I intend to do. But the conversation is taking place, and the project manager is the conduit between that group and the hospital and the contractor and the process currently.
So you're saying, in terms of who heads the oversight committee, still Professor MacDonald?
The intention is to have a co-chair between the existing group, okay, Professor MacDonald being one, and the nominee from the Montego Bay group.
Minister, 42,012, National Council on Drug Abuse. Patricia House no longer exists. What has happened to it?
Patricia House exists. It was sold, but it was sold, and then the monies have been used to purchase property in, I think, Clarendon. Drug rehabilitation.
Yeah. So the functions of Patricia House exists and will continue to exist. The premises has been sold and will be relocated to another place.
Who are the owners of Patricia House? The ministry?
No.
No.
Did the ministry have any input in the ownership?
Yes,
We pay a subvention, I'm told.
Or to the persons who own it? Okay, okay. All right. Minister, let's move to the following page. And I see here where you have, in terms of national outcome, adult hospital admissions excluding obstetrics admission that receive HIV testing during the reporting period. What is it for the obstetric admissions?
Let me check on that.
I mean, we assume that all antenatal patients would have HIV testing done, but I mean, that's an assumption. If I just want to know what the data is in terms of adult hospital admissions that receive HIV testing during the reporting period.
Right, so I'm being told that there is almost 100% testing, as you have said. The data there may be referring to persons who have been admitted.
Yes, but I understand, but I just wanted to know. So if I'm assured that's 100% testing, then I'm good.
So it's an introduction of testing for general warding and the emergency cases that would have been listed there.
Minister,
I am being told.
Minister, I see, based on what has been reported here, which comes directly from your technocrats, that they basically do not see eye to eye with you as it relates to Jamaica Moves, right? Because in terms of their projections for prevalence of hypertension for people over 15 and onwards, male and female, the projection for 25, 26, which is 4 years, is the same for each year from now. If you look at the chart, you'll see that currently it is 31.7, which is the actual base year, 2021. And in 2025, it's the same 31.7%. So it basically suggests that your flagship program ought or would not be yielding any result within a particular period of time, 5-year period.
Okay, so I think this requires a 1-minute explanation. First of all, through you, Madam Chair, hypertension is not the only measurement of the determination of the success of the Jamaica Moves program.
I agree.
There are, as you know, NCDs cover a wide range of areas. Secondly, the program is and has been focused on prevention, starting from the very early ages of the school system, primary and high school, the benefits of which are not going to be realized in 1, 2, or 3 years. And therefore, I think that one has to be sensitive to the long-term impact of a physical activity and a nutrition program. So I want to extend that in the broadest sense. And thirdly, the fact that we see a relative consistency in the cases, then it is an indication that you're not seeing an increase. You're at least cauterizing the problem. Now, if you look at it in those terms, member, I think you would have to conclude one of two things. Either that it is still early days and we still have to assess as we go along, and the science is very clear, despite the branding, the science around physical activity and nutrition and balanced nutrition and its impact on a healthy lifestyle goes without question. I know you know that, you're a medical practitioner. We do intend to enhance the program over time with the other programs that we're looking at improving on, primary healthcare reform being a very critical one, which we'll speak to later on this year. And I believe you will, hopefully over time, we will, hopefully for all our sakes, see improvements in the returns on promoting physical activity and nutrition. So there are programs like the nutrition policy in schools that we're working with the Minister of Education on, which is to go to Cabinet shortly. The sugary drink in schools reduction, which started but was disrupted, as you know, because there was no school. The community activations at the primary level, working with community-based organizations. There is a comprehensive program. And in addition to that, member, there is a proposed alcohol green paper, which we hope to table around alcohol abuse. There's a tobacco legislation. You're part of that committee, which we hope will lead to comprehensive tobacco legislation to control smoking. And we have commissioned baseline studies on salts, sugars, and fats, which will then improve the narrative around the consumer's right to know and food labeling. So, member, it would not be, it would be an incomplete assumption to lodge the health profile around one particular program. As you know, there has to be a holistic and comprehensive approach, and the government is certainly moving in that direction, and the signs are quite evident, and therefore, hopefully, over time, we will see the benefits.
Whereas I agree, Minister, but it is a significant element in the whole program, and at least, whereas these are projected forecasts, one would assume that we would see that the numbers would want to show something in a positive direction. I know this is 6 years, I know it takes some time, but secondly, I appreciate the fact that, the statistics can either speak to the cup being half full or it being half empty, So the reality is that I'm only saying that in terms of what is said here, forecasted, there has been no reduction or seemingly a reduction in the direction that all of us will be looking
The reason why it's worthy of a response, even having had your second clarification and explanation, is that it's important not to send a signal around a particular program. And we know, I have an idea why that program is singled out. I believe we all appreciate why it would be raised.
No, Minister, no.
Well,
I think you're wrong. Because,
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. So I take it back.
Never.
I take it back. But what I'm saying is, the direction, the public health direction currently is to promote prevention. Okay, so let me put it this way. Prevention is a function of several things, starting with the consumer's right to know, and I addressed that comprehensively in my sectorial the last time. That's food labeling. That's front of package labeling, which, as you know, has been a controversial point with industry. It is around what's in our foods, whether it's excess sugars, salts, fats, because those are significant contributors to non-communicable diseases, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, etc. And it's around physical activity, tobacco consumption, and alcohol, all of which, member, as you know, are being worked on by the government in an attempt to get the Jamaican consumer to be more conscious around personal responsibility. So they go out and they exercise, they look at what they eat, they are more measured in terms of their consumption habits, and ultimately, hopefully, giving them longer life, better quality of life, and, of course, less burden on our health system because of premature illness. I think that is how you have to measure. As it relates to the forecast, the truth is NCDs have been increasing over time to the point where it now accounts for some 75, nearly 80% of deaths. The fact that the projections are suggesting that in the next few years, those numbers are likely to be stable or constant is an indication that the technocrats believe that the efforts that are now in progress, as well as those that have already started, are going to cauterize even before you see a reduction. And that's the way trends go. And so I am hopeful, and I dare say that I believe the technocrats are also hopeful that these measures will work over time. Thank you.
And I'm hopeful to Minister.
Huh?
Can we move to the seepages, Minister, the capital spend. Last year we were told that the Western Children Adolescent Hospital, the budget was cut simply because the workers had gone back to China. Now that we are seeing COVID is going in a positive direction in terms of the reduction worldwide, what is the anticipated outreach or the reach out to China as it relates to this?
So a few weeks ago, I had a meeting with the Chinese ambassador, and we had a long discussion. As you know, Jamaica and China have had very strong, very positive relations, and the Western Children is a manifestation of that relationship, which we appreciate. The project had started, and then COVID came, and then suspended as a result of COVID. The team that were here to do the project had to return to China and have not yet re-engaged, have not yet traveled back. The meeting, among other things, was to explore the timelines around this taking place, because we are ready and would like to see a resumption. We were informed that the resumption is not likely to take place before June of this year. We are still having conversations, and I did express in a gracious way that if it is possible to fast track the re-engagement, we would do what we can from our side to accommodate that fast tracking. But again, it's a process. So I am told June, I hope earlier, and certainly not later than. But that's a function of what's happening in China and the mobilization that has to take place there.
Minister, support of the National HIV AIDS Response in Jamaica, Global Fund and GOJ. We see here, if you turn to page 4, that there was an increased spending in 21-22 from initial amount of $652 million to $904 million for that year, for the year 21-22. Right, Minister?
Yes.
Right. Now, I find it a little strange and wondered where all of that increased spending went. Because, Minister, the extract from the 21-22 estimates of expenditure gave the same physical achievements up to December 2020 as they are being reflected here for December 2021. And it is the exact physical achievements 2020 and 2021. So where has that $904 million gone? Because if no change took place in terms of what the targets were between December, mindful of the fact of COVID being around and reducing some, certainly it means that people were getting paid and not doing anything.
Not necessarily. The targets are being worked on, and most of the resources have gone to our implementing partners, our non-state actors and
All right.
other agencies.
So again, the issue of targets are impacted by several variables, several considerations. On the first part of the question around where the money has gone, in terms of entities, we do coordinate this program with several stakeholders. My colleague minister here is very involved in that process, Minister CuthbertFlynn. Among those stakeholders would be non-government stakeholders or a number of NGOs, and they have programs around targets, and they do the outreach, the community engagement, and so on. It's difficult to not factor COVID in the mix, so COVID has played a role. The issue of how we target is a function of what unfolds previously and what the concerns are. And so I would not say that you know, implicit in your comments that maybe there isn't value there being achieved for the expenditure because the targets somehow are not changing. It's just a matter of what is happening at a particular point in time. But I will have some conversations with the team to see whether we need any refining of those targets.
Please, Minister, because
given that you have raised it.
Yeah, you have 11 targets, and not one has changed even by one number.
Okay.
Right? And that is a concern. And it suggests that either the research was not done to do it or someone never doing the
Point
work.
taken. Point taken.
All right. Minister, can we move on to the... And I'm coming to the end of my ask. You're listening to somebody else, man. Minister, Cornwall Regional Hospital.
Yes.
I know you want to come on soon. I asked about the oversight committee already, and that was answered. Now, they... Minister, I know COVID has impacted the Cornwall Regional Hospital. That is reflected in the reduction in the revised estimate as what was originally approved to what less than half of it came out actually spent. But I just have one little concern here. One is when is the, well, more than one, but when is the estimated completion of Cornwall Regional? Because I see you here having 2024, 2025 as some budget for that year.
So member,
and that would take you within your 5.5 that you say it
right.
would cost to rehabilitate.
Remember, it depends. And this is why I am hesitant to give a specific target date. I mean, I've tried it before, as you know, on a couple of occasions, and I walked away with egg on my face. Largely because it was with the best intentions and a sort of genuine attempt at giving a date, but impacted by changing work scope because of the brownfield nature of the investments and some of the other issues around project management and so on. Right now, I think we're on a good track, and I really do believe that. I'm hopeful that we have a good project management team, good oversight, and I do believe that the contractor on site now is making an earnest attempt to live true to the job description that is there. Let me just finish. The time is a function of certain things happening. One, that the contractor completes within time or even before that period. Secondly, the engagement of the final phase, which we're hoping will overlap with the current phase. And there's a discussion taking place around that. If we are able to engage the final phase prior to this phase completing, then I believe we will be well on our way within the next 2 years to seeing this financial year and next to seeing, if not a completion, close to a completion. And that's what we're working towards, but I'm hesitant to give a date. I'm hesitant, but I would say within a 2-year period, we should see significant, tangible manifestations of a facility that is moving, if not completed.
Minister, I'm just a little concerned about the slow pace of the work, and I'll tell you why. The physical achievements up to December 2020 was phase 1, 100% completion, phase 2A, 80% completion, and phase 3 installation HVAC system, 30% complete. Now we have seen from December 2020 to December 2021, just the other 20% of the phase 2A works being completed, which are demolition and the repair of floors 7 to 9. Now, we understand that COVID impacted significantly on that, but I'm just saying that in the hope that going forward, and you explained just now that with the overlapping and the new oversight committee and the new project direction, that things will move at a faster pace. Because to do that other 20% in 1 year is really quite slow.
Yes, so a couple of things. And you know, remember, we really do need to capture Cornwall as a case study for future generations, because it's been a most interesting experience on project management, on hospital construction and maintenance. But the phase 2A has been completed. We're working now on this phase, and then we have a final phase. We have had to pivot significantly between 2A and B to correct what we thought was a deficiency in the capacity of the project. And that created some downtime. So we actually met and recalibrated around how do we ensure quality assurance, how do we ensure value for money spent. And that's how we had to embed in the project an external player with the hospital experience too. And that process took time. I mean, the negotiations around contracts has taken, in some instances, longer than the time of the contract itself. And that has accounted for a lot of lost time, particularly at the latter part where you spoke to the 20%. I do believe now, though, that we can move from a crawl to a yes, to an increase in pace. And I'm really hoping for a dash, because I do believe that we have a very clear roadmap, and I do believe we have the skill sets. And so if we have that overlap that I spoke to earlier with what is happening now, then I think that you will see targets being met on a completion period that is a lot easier and better and more predictable than previous to now.
And you'll agree, Minister, I mean, that is what is all of us are desiring, especially the people in Western
Yes, but I want
Jamaica.
to say, member, because you spend some time on Cornwall, rightfully so, but the functions of Cornwall Regional Hospital, for the most part, are still being carried out. Because sometimes the impression is given that because the main building is under construction, people can't go to Cornwall and get services. Cancer patients are being treated, dialysis patients, babies are being born, inpatient care, the accident and emergency, full throttle, and in fact has been improved significantly, lab services, and I could go on and on. So Jamaicans who are in that part of the country can go to Cornwall and get services, but it is an eyesore to see a building still there after so many years, and I'm the first to accept that we have to move speedily to a completion of the building.
I know where that is commendable, what you said, Minister, is not the total position, because you know that in terms of how the hospital functions, it is a little disjointed. Yes, they are getting the care, they are getting the service, but if that were the case, then we wouldn't need to rehabilitate Cornwall.
It's inconvenient, particularly for the doctors, but also for patients. I agree.
Patients. I think I have exhausted my set of questions for now, Minister.
I want to thank you. Thank you, member.
Oh, Minister, before you go, sorry. National Health Fund, just one simple question. I looked around and saw the CEO. Let me just, if you'll allow me just to get to the page. 77,181. How has COVID affected the fortunes of the National Health Fund?
First of all, I think that the country has benefited significantly from the functions of the National Health Fund in terms of the COVID period. They were early engaged and given the responsibility to procure significant supplies, literally billions of dollars worth of supplies, whether it's PPEs, vaccines, store, of course, manage the logistics, deliver to locations. And I want to just place on record that the country benefited significantly, and certainly the Ministry of Health, from the efforts of the National Health Fund. And from that, for that perspective, I think it's been a very positive experience. It has taken its toll, like on all other institutions and individuals, because it means that they've had to do their regular work of healthcare provision, in particular pharmacy services, while taking on the COVID extraordinary activity. It has meant added implications for their budget, but we have seen the government allocating additional resources to deal with the COVID expenditure, some of which are reflected here in terms of some of the reductions and the allocations in the previous year. The National Health Fund, even outside of COVID, requires and is going through a review at this point in time, because the truth is the cost of drugs are skyrocketing, and the implications on the fund, which has a relatively predictable budget, although we have shown increases, and in recent years, because of greater access to the health fund's primary function, access to medication, whether through the taking over of pharmacies in the hospitals or the public-private partnership arrangements that have been established, we have seen prescriptions increase by over 1 million, I think, over 1 million prescriptions over a year and a half period. In other words, if we used to do 2 million, we're doing 3 million now. In addition to that, among the 17 right? Conditions that we prescribe drugs for, we have seen an increase in the diagnosis of some of these conditions. Cancers, for example, remember, the rate of cancer increase in the country is moving at a faster pace than any other category of illness, even though it's not the largest category. Cardiovascular disease represents the largest category. And cancer treatment is extremely expensive. Chemotherapy, well, you know, but for the benefit of others listening on. So the National Health Fund is now in a situation where they have had to pull on their reserves to compensate for the increased demand, and this is taking COVID out of it. And we have done an audit, we have done an org review. There are some presentations which we hope to go to Cabinet with to see what will be the composition of the fund in the next 3 to 5 years to account for the new demands on the funds. And that involves several components. I won't go into them now, but it does involve a review.
And the final one on that, Minister, and this is probably doesn't necessarily require an answer, but just a comment from me. That review that you speak about, there also has to be a review onto the financing of the National Health Fund, particularly with the new tobacco legislation that is coming, and having regard to the fact that 20% tax goes to them, as well as the alcohol provisions that are being made, the special consumption tax. So there might be reductions from those if you have your way. And
well, again, to be absolutely clear, and I know you support me on this, the truth is that if we did not have lung-related illnesses from tobacco, we probably would need to collect the taxes that tobacco sales provide to the health fund, because the cost of treating these patients more often than not far outweighs the negative impact that the consumption of this product in particular have on the fund's demands. Again, the same would be for alcohol abuse, and I say abuse, not alcohol consumption, but abuse. So it really becomes how you manage consumption to control illness, and even with the impact of consumption reduction on payments into the fund, if illness profile is improved or reduced, then clearly the demands on the funds will also be less. But I do agree that this is all part of the assessment or analysis, and there will have to be a way to finance the fund in a sustainable way. And on the current trajectory, it's not sustainable.
I have one question on the NHF. It was in the public domain a couple of weeks ago that there was either a probe or an investigation launched in relation to, I think, your AC system breaking down, which led to some vaccines being spoiled. The refrigerated system, can you indicate what the status of that probe or investigation is and where we are at?
So we have not gotten a report from the police as yet. They had been doing their investigation. We had suspended or taken off duty, interdicted, if you will, a number of employees, particularly at the warehouse level. We had also engaged a private consulting firm, I think it's Pricewaterhouse, to do an audit as to what went wrong and how to prevent it, to put in whatever new checks and balances there are necessary. So that is an ongoing process. We ended up not losing as much of the vaccines as we had thought initially, but we did lose some. Luckily, we had additional supplies, so it didn't affect the program that we have.
Can you say what quantity you had to discard based on that issue?
Yeah, it was about 300,000 doses of different types of vaccines, not just COVID, but I don't have the details here. But like I said, nothing that affected or impacted the normal operation. As you know, the vaccine take-up has been low. We have a 1.4 million doses now in stock, and so
when are those expiring?
Different dates. Many of the vaccines that we received are gifts. In fact, the bulk of what was discarded the last time from this incident was a gift from one particular country, which had an expiration date that was relatively short. So while we appreciate the gift, it's not that we didn't pay for the vaccine. I know it's not a commentary on whether the value of the gift wasn't there, but it had a short expiration, a relatively short expiration date.
Who is the current chairman of the NHF?
The acting chairman of the NHF is Mr. Shane Dallin. The current chair, the previous chairman was Mr. Howard Mitchell, who had come on with a year, and that year expired, and he left.
So is there going to be a permanent chairman appointed?
Yes, of course, and that is being dealt with as in the near future.
Okay.
But the board still functions. Mr. Dallin was the deputy chair, and so he assumed the role of chair, and the board still meets, so it has not impacted the functioning of the NHF.
Thanks, Minister and team from the Ministry of Health. We will now take Head 42,000, pages 1 through 15. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Head 42,000C, pages 1 through 15. Those in favor? Aye. Head 42,034, Bellevue Hospital, pages 1 through 6. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Head 4235, Government Chemist, page 1 through 5. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Ministry of Health and Wellness, thank you for your contribution today. Have a good day.
Thank you.
We will
Thank
now
you very much.
move to the Ministry of National Security. Ministers Horace Chang, Minister Zavia Mayne, and the team from the Ministry of National Security.
Yes, we'll give it some. Dr. Guy, we can relax and sleep. You never have no question. You give Chris all the questions, ask him everything you want to ask him early, right?
Minister and I had about.
Yeah, we thought you would represent the International Center right here. I mean, yeah, much more.
You know, I said
I know why you say it.
Well, answer you this time. Answer you this time.
That conference is consulate.
So Minister Chang and the team from National Security, in terms of housekeeping points, the segments that are non-defense related, we will have our deliberations, Minister Chang, after which House Leader will introduce the subcommittee for defense. While you go to have those deliberations, Minister Chang, we will not vote on the head 26,000 at all until we're finished with national security and defense. Okay. When you come back, we will vote. Minister Warmington, once Ministry of Defense goes out, Ministry of National Security goes out to do deliberations as it relates to defense, we will take your ministry. So please be prepared for the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Our vote in respect of Ministry of National Security will be on completion of all matters for security and defense. So, Ministry of National Security, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. All right, we take the Minister's vote, Ministry of National Security, which also covers section of the Ministry of Defense. It's two different ministries, JDF, for 2022-2023. The government reaffirmed its commitment to funding the security forces, in fact, the security architecture, to ensure we can maintain restore a level of public safety and for good order. There are a number of critical areas we're looking at, especially in the police section, the police communication, mobility, technology, and construction, to continue to invest in that area to bring the police up to the level that we would like to. It's not there yet, but we have committed to doing that. We got a little bit of a pushback in COVID-19, but we're now ready to restore the police budget. We are now ready to restore the police budget to the level that we had planned to bring the police infrastructure and numbers up to what it should be. Critical to those are things like the C5, which is a very significant force multiplier to begin this year and hopefully to complete by the end of the financial year. The Westmoreland Regional Headquarters, as well as Spanish Town. Cyber defense remains a part of the ministry's critical role and becoming more critical as we see increased activity in this area. But I want to emphasize cyber defense, including a cyber school, which we may wish to seek some answers on. Expansion of things like Jamaica electronic ticketing system, which is really operational, but we need some additional equipment to complete the island coverage for cyber, for the electronic ticketing system. The legislation is also near completion. Human capital development, as I said, we are expanding our recruitment, and we can give you some numbers. We'll do about 1,250 this year by the end of March, and for the next year we'll do 1,500, which is the number we want to work with going forward to bring the police up to establishment standard within the 2-year period. I just want to make a quick comment that some of our problems, while we had a little bit of a contraction in the budget last year, is due to poor contractors, and we want to urge that when the Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation come on, they take a look at how they register, monitor, and qualify contractors, because we have had significant problems in the Ministry of National Security with poor work from contractors, poor quality construction. Madam Chair, we take some questions now. With me today is my Minister, Zavia, Mayne. Very strong shoulders, although new to the wheel. It's a heavy load as part of it. But he also has trafficking persons and a nice place at the forensic science to do that, right? And the cadets, which are the youthful, energetic group to relax. And up by PS, Mr. Courtney Williams, and behind me is members of the Ministry of National Security.
Minister, I have a couple of questions which I don't know whether you or Minister Mayne will answer. The government spends about $500 million annually on feeding inmates in correctional facilities. I wanted to find out how many persons we have in correctional facilities. That's the first question I wanted to ask.
Okay, well, first of all, I think they're just over 3,000. That's the exact number you have. Yeah, you have them. Yes. Just over 3,000. All right?
3,000?
3,000 plus.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have, aren't there, some of the prisons have farms which
we do
I assume are used for self-sufficiency.
Right.
To what extent do those farms provide some of the food to offset the cost that the leader of government business, I can't hear myself.
Yeah.
Leader of government business, Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Fixed goods. We're putting in some more. We're putting in some additional.
Madam Chair,
I think the budget has
Madam
increased
Chair,
to 247
we
million.
can't hear ourselves.
And fixed assets. Yeah, same one. They're going to put increase.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, right. No, this way, this.
we can't take it outside. We can't hear ourselves. All right, yes,
All right.
Minister.
No, they do produce a significant portion of their, especially meat consumption, and we intend this year we'll see some shift in the budget on the fixed assets, which is Section 32 of the Correctional budget section, and in further detail 25, where the budget has moved from $59 million to $247 million, and that is designed to expand the capacity to produce food for the prisoners. In fact, we expect to produce all required proteins for the inmates.
Independent of having to procure them from the farms. Okay. Yeah. What's the procurement process for the meals for the inmates? How is that handled?
A tender process, so. Yeah.
It's something that goes to tender?
Something that goes to tendering.
And we have gotten some heard complaints about the conditions under which these meals are prepared. Is there some oversight to ensure that the process meets all the standards of, hygiene and other kinds of
Work
issues?
was done this year by the minister and to examine these, and it's a challenge for both the correctional service and the lockups over the years, and we have been working on ensuring that we get better quality standards. It's not where it should be yet, but it's a constant monitoring.
Okay. I have some others, but I'll wait till we go in camera to ask the others on the JCF. Right?
We have that same. Any? You want to? No, Minister. House Leader, yeah.
What is the role of the ministry in respect of the implementation of the integrated community project?
Implementation of?
Yeah.
Community projects?
The integrated community project.
No, we play a lead role, but in coordinating. We do have some budget for ourselves, but in terms of community and social investment, we tend to coordinate the activities of all the government agencies. I think, Minister, I would tell you there is a vote this year for social investment in the Ministry of National Security, for the first time distinct from the special projects that are there, and there's a $286.7 million for investment, social investment, targeted communities and youth violence risk reduction, separate from the zones and the other activities. So we'll be using that to intervene in some communities. There's also, well, I think Minister has a particular project. I promised him I have to work with the PS and get him right. I think one of his schools will be involved. We have a 25-school program, which is to develop a community-based intervention of a total community, but we use the schools as a kind of gateway into the community, working collaboratively with the Ministry of Education, and in fact, around that school, it is reproducing a social investment committee. And I have 25 schools, most of them are in the cooperatives. I expect some of them will be from yours in this area. And we have a USAID grant of some, I think the total expenditure was $7 million US, of which about just under $2 million come from Jamaica, government of Jamaica, and $5 million from the United States government, starting this year with $535 million.
And those programs are coordinated through JSIF or directly
Well,
through your
the minister does the coordinate, but we work with JSIF, all the relevant agencies. The whole approach is just put the money through the agency with less money spent on bodies and use the existing bodies, Montague, so that the Ministry of Education, and their family services, we'll have to include in this one, so SDC and a number of other agencies. So the money will be largely, there'll be a consultant at place, with some consultancy, but much of the money will be dedicated to capital, human resource development, and other required targets in the community. For example, when we get to a school, we may have to buy the equipment for music, computing, right? Because that's not part of the normal ministry budget. They are going towards that, what these schools which we are focused on will get from this vote, right? Anything else? Detail there, right?
Minister, I noticed there's a vote for a new, there's some work, ongoing work on a new, a new prison.
Yes, we have, in that area, it comes on the development budget. We're not yet, I'll give you the 11. No. There's a, all right, it's on the pre-investment activity.
Yeah.
This is on the 2600. We are, better fans than this one. Easier. Yeah. There's on page 2605 the pre-investment planning, which is included in the overall budget. So work will continue, and the major facility, we have identified the lands out in the plains of St. Catherine. The sugar corporate has been quite generous. They gave us 300 plus acres, so we can build a proper modern community. We are looking at, however, starting as early as this year, a small section for high security, high value criminals, which is still a challenge for us in terms of prisoners directing criminal activity outside of prison. The correction that was amended to take some action to try and mitigate the problem, but it is a real challenge, and we have to go beyond that. And we want to start that section of the facility. We have the JDF supporting an engineer doing design work. We have examined what is required. It's costly, but we think we have to get on with that aspect of it. And in fact, recruit and train a whole new batch of officers to monitor and manage that section until we get the whole facility going. But so the issue recognized is a major one. In fact, significant number of the contract killing emerges from prison or from overseas. It's a new feature of our crime scene, which is very worrying, but that is the reality, that much of them emerge from prisoners or from overseas criminals.
So we can expect that the pre-investment is in respect of both an immediate high security element and a general.
This is total pre-contract planning, right? The new high security facility is still more in the contingency side. We're looking at contingency to begin that process. We're doing the design work, examine the total feature of what is required. In fact, we have to put in a real high security. When you consult with overseas connection, their prices are sky high. But we're going to have something of quality for both in terms of security and in terms of humanitarian comfort for them.
Won't press it, won't go in that direction.
All right. We don't put the pages now. I think we retreat to the conference room for the other stuff. All right. Thank you very much. So we go over there.
So let's set up the subcommittee before
Yes.
you go. So
no, we're going to do the subcommittee now.
no, but do we need to announce the names of the persons if you don't mind?
Set up, yes.
So the motion, House Leader, would you be so kind to read the motion?
Madam Chair, be it resolved that a subcommittee comprising Dr. Horace Chang, Mr. Zavia Mayne, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Tova William Hamilton, Ms. Marsha Smith, Mr. Julian Robinson, and Mr. Luton Cousins be appointed to consider and report on the Defense Force estimate at heads 26,000, pages 3 and 4, and head 26,000C, pages 2 to 5.
Those in favor?
Please, Madam Chair.
Those against, the ayes have it. You may excuse yourself from the main proceedings to consider the relevant pages. In the interim, we call on the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation Ministers Warmington, Minister Montague, and the team from Pediatric. Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Member Sibley's, a moment, please.
Hi. Hey, what about young boy?
What's up?
I'm blessed.
I done mass up it last night, so only two of them need down.
You can't go out there. No, Bobby, go and sit here. Or just...
One of the gentlemen.
No, you want?
No, not you,
man. Not you.
Not you. Sit down right there. For you know the marks about water.
I'm under instructions.
At current nature or one. And then switch. And then we switch. Mark can switch with you.
Where are you?
This is a little brief on UDC because they mess.
All right.
In case. I don't know either you are upstairs or anywhere else. Because the K4 has to sit. Sure.
With the minister. Go take a main seat. Go take a main seat. MPS.
Oh, Minister. Minister. A little breakdown for Emerald.
Thank you very much.
Then 4.8. We
will now commence deliberation on head number 19,000 Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me introduce the team from the ministry. With me is Minister without Portfolio, the Honourable Everald Clifford Warmington, has responsibility for works. Beside me is our hard-working Permanent Secretary, Audrey Sewell. And then we have CTD, Mr. Yannick Watson. And immediately behind me, this is Judith Rob Walters, the CFO. Mrs. Prendergast, CTD. And beside her, Mr. Varden Downer from the NWA, Mr. Mark Barnett, one of my favorite civil servants from the NWC, and of course, my favorite, Mr. Reynolds from the Development Bank of Jamaica. And the other members of the team are upstairs. Due to the constraints of time, we will waive our opening statement and proceed to questions if there are any.
Ministers, PS and team. Minister, the breadth of this ministry suggests that there's no way you can get away without any question. So you have quite a few questions.
We are depending on you to ask them. Sir.
Yes. Let me start with, first of all, to be clear, your responsibility covers housing and...
Housing, land, urban renewal, and special projects. Minister Warmington has works. Minister Matthew Samuda has water and climate change, and the environment.
Minister, I'll start with you since you're sitting in front of the microphone. But on housing, Minister, there are some housing schemes that have been, this year we celebrate 60 years of independence. There are some schemes that were built either prior to or just immediately after independence, a few of which are in my constituency. These are over 50 years old. They have, it is fair to say, that with the vagaries of the economy, some of these schemes have not been, the government has not been the best landlord in maintaining some of these schemes. After 50 years, Minister, what is the plan to address those, some of these schemes that are old and in disrepair, and some of which are eligible for some sort of divestment to the owners? What is the scheme? What is the thinking of the government?
Which page is making reference to?
What is this? What is it? Madam, can I get protection from this member? What is it?
Which page are you on?
What do you mean? Where does he come from? Just tell him how we've been proceeding. Could you inform the member how we've been proceeding?
How you
Madam?
proceed?
You've been downstairs drinking.
Which page are you on?
He doesn't drink.
Which page?
Just respect his senior to you.
Come on, which page?
Please.
Yeah, make big speech.
We have been having a very good and controlled Finance Committee meeting since this morning. Minister, a general question is being asked, which does not necessarily come from any page within the supplementary estimates. You may give an answer of a general nature, and then we will continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your guidance. Member, thank you for that question. Yes, we will admit that there are some schemes right across the island that have been built by the Ministry of Housing over the years. And yes, we have not been the best of landlords, but equally, some of the persons who occupy have not been the best of tenants. However, that's no excuse. And the government has a responsibility to discharge. And as landlords and the ministry over the years, recently, very recently, has made a turnaround. They have indeed started to do some remedial work in some schemes. But you must also appreciate that the cost of doing this work is extremely expensive. And the ministry, through its technical service unit, is slowly moving to address these. But it's a lot of problems, it's a lot of schemes, but it says the journey of 1,000 miles begin with the first step.
The first step in this instance is what?
The first step is that we have done which one? Okay. Fortunately, I am very happy to tell you that we have done, I think, 2 schemes, but for this coming year, one of the first ones we are going to be doing, as a matter of fact, I have said to the team that I will tour it before we start, is the high-rises in Arnett Gardens, and I believe the Member of Parliament, it's in South St. Andrew. And I'm not sure if you are familiar with that constituency.
I know who's a Member of Parliament, it's not me.
So we will begin, and as you notice, that the administration is not looking at political colors. We are looking at the needs of the people.
Madam Chair.
Member Phillips.
Minister, is it that the housing and urban renewal your responsibility?
Yes,
Yes?
sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm looking on page 19,021, activity 10162, construction services. I'm seeing a total here for $27 million. Activity to support the implementation of infrastructure works, and it gives 3 locations: Pemberton Valley, St. Thomas Gibraltar Center, and Aracabessa St. Mary, to include the following scope of works. The first one is heavy bushing, installation of water, electrical distribution system, construction of roadways and pavements, and number 4, construction of stormwater drain. As this is a new activity, this amount, and you're nowhere here, I'm seeing any the location that you mentioned a while ago for pavement of scheme. So I would like to know where in the budget is that amount.
Madam Chair, if I may, the member is correct with the listing as is listed in the budget, but that's not the heading that funding is.
Yes, I'm asking.
No, man, those projects are ongoing and they are funded out of the housing fund, and it would not be reflected here, the project that we spoke to at Arnett. What he's speaking to are projects that are ongoing.
These 3 that I just mentioned a while ago are ongoing?
For example, Pemberton Valley happens to be in St. Mary, which I am very familiar with, and the work is about 95% complete.
Okay.
So that 27 million is just to complete those.
Minister, in responding, you'll have to face the mic, unfortunately, so that Hansard may be able to make.
My apologies, madam. My apologies.
Minister.
I'm guided. But the schemes that the member from Western St. Andrew raised are funded from the housing fund. So it would not be reflected in the budget here.
Okay.
So if the honourable member has a scheme in his part of the constituency, we'll be very happy to get the information from him so the necessary investigations can be done.
All right.
Madam, I'd just like to turn to the financing for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Minister, there are a number of projects appearing under that heading, most of which resides in the DBJ, Development Bank of Jamaica. We have quite a few programs, the access to financing, the Biggie program, and several other such programs, credit enhancement schemes. Minister, the complaint from the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises have been that these funds have been identified, allocated, budgeted for, but the challenge has been accessing those funds and the bureaucracy around it that really has been a difficulty, a challenge for the members of a number of the small and micro enterprises in that sector. Could you share with us the experience under those programs? Some of them are multi-year programs that continues this year. What has been the experience? What has been the lessons learned? And how are we intending to address that so that we can have a more proficient take-up of the funds?
Member, thank you for that. I'm sure you will appreciate that it is not often that this sector is singled out for special attention, and this administration is doing that and has made available some US $24.5 million for this sector. We will concede that some of the members in the sector do have some challenges, not difficulties, but challenges to access some of these funds. But on the other hand, you too will appreciate that these funds are pension funds, they are grant funds, they are international funds, and they have to be scrupulously managed. And the DBJ does not have the requisite network to undertake direct lending to clients. And you yourself, more than anybody in this room, would appreciate the challenges faced when you try to lend directly to a lot of the small and medium-sized businesses, because by their operations, it has certain challenges, and the history and expectation and experience over the years with these funds is not sometimes what we should want to gloat about. So in order to protect the integrity of the funds, we have partnerships with entities that have the networks, the banks, the credit unions. But the DBJ has, and microfinance institutions, but the DBJ continues to work on methodologies to improve access. And one of the things, they have gone digital, and therefore the applications is no longer paper-based. It is done online, and it speeds up the process, and you can't begin to process the application until all the fields are filled out. And therefore it gives the entities applying an immediate response as they interact with the system. So that has helped. We are moving to work with the fund managers to tweak the systems, because while we want them to have access, we must also protect the integrity of the funds.
Specifically, Minister, there's one aspect of the process that has been complained of quite often, and that is a situation where the funds haven't gotten to some of the AFIs at a preferential rate or concessionary rate. The AFIs themselves, in many instances, are not incentivized, nor are they pushing or promoting those funds. In fact, there have been experiences that I'm told of where some of these institutions are wanting to promote their funds and their capital and dissuade members of that sector from taking up the more concessionary funds. How do we treat with that particular problem? What measures are we contemplating?
You know, member, we have heard those anecdotes, and I would urge you, if you have the facts on them, to bring them forward, because the DBG and the government has heard these. We are not doubting you, nor the stories, but we would want it in a way that it can be properly investigated. However, the DBJ, as a part of their management system and to manage the funds, as you are aware, there is a spread between what the DBJ lends the institution and what they unlend to their customers. And they have to maintain that spread, and the DBJ, as part of its management routine, will routinely check with the entities to see that the funds are indeed unlent. And we also check with the clients to make sure that they have received the funds and at the agreed and stipulated rates.
Well, let me ask the question another way. Is the DBJ satisfied with the take-up of those funds?
We are indeed satisfied for now, but the DBJ, being the DBJ, would want to see more small and medium-sized businesses taking up more of the funds. A part of it is education. A lot of them really don't know. And we are about to embark on a very aggressive public information campaign to encourage. And we would want to ask you and other members of this Honorable House to encourage their small and medium-sized businesses to access these funds.
I want to. That's why I'm asking the question, which is, if the take-up is not satisfactory, I'm told it is for now, but that they want improvement in the future. Is it that the only measure you've identified to increase the volume or the throughput of the fund is education, or are there other measures that you're contemplating to improve the throughput and the flow of those funds?
Member, you are well aware that the DBJ is an institution that strives for excellence. And the DBJ continues to look at its systems and continue to meet the standards that they set and actually exceed them. So we have exceeded our standards and we want to go further. And we want to encourage more persons to take up the funds.
Minister, my question is precise. What are those measures? Because if I know I can help to promote, you mentioned education, and that's okay. Although a bit late in the process. Normally, when you come with a program, you do the education either before or shortly thereafter, not in the middle or at the end. But I'm saying, that aside, are there any other, first of all, the lessons learned, and then the new measures in order to overcome or compensate for some of those challenges that you would have learned in the process?
And I remember, if you had just allowed me to finish. So let me help you out here. Yes, there are issues, one of which is that a number of these small and medium-sized enterprises are not aware of the funds and are not aware of how to access the funds. This is one. Two, we are aware that some of the members in that sector are facing challenges in accessing the funds. Some of the challenges may be, but not limited to. Some of them don't have the prerequisite registration. Some don't have the necessary documentation to access the funds. And we will be working with them through public education, through targeted workshops, through consultation, through anecdotal stories like what you are telling, to work with them and to remove any humbug that is in the way, because it makes no sense. We have the funds for the benefit of the sector and they are not benefiting. So it is our responsibility as government to remove whatever roadblocks there are so that the people can get the funds.
Minister, one of the initiatives that the DBJ is pursuing, and I'm aware, is the training initiative. That's already in place. If the answer to my previous question about the take-up applies to the training and the support services, then I'm asking the question, if the take-up is not as they wish, because if they were taking up, some of these problems would have been solved. What are the specific new measures or lessons learned that, if any, that will respond?
Member, I don't want us to get into a tit for tat, because you are making a premise which is not correct. We said the DBJ is satisfied with the take-up. And sir, please. For example, under the SERVE program, which falls under this, some $2 billion was unlent to the micro and small business sector. So since September, so that the funds are being taken up. But we are a government that believes that if the persons in the sector, the funds are there, we should drive the process. So we are not waiting around. For example, a lot of the small and micro enterprises are not properly registered under the Companies Act. The Companies Office has gone out and have undertaken these programs to register them, so that some of the funds require you to be registered. And we are going to intensify that. Some persons do not have a TRN, and the tax administration in Jamaica will intensify, so that we want to encourage persons to be regularized so they can access these funds. We are not here to build roadblocks, but there are certain criteria for the funds, and we want to pass the information so people can make use of the funds, so the economy can grow, so they can become more and more prosperous. Madam, I think we can put the pages now.
I hope the opposition is in agreement, Minister.
Not quite.
Go ahead, Member Phillips.
Thank you. I'd like to go to 19,011. And Madam Speaker, you know, looking back on this process itself, I find that it is somewhat a process in futility, because when you look at the budget, and every time we come here when we see a figure put here in the budget book, and then a supplementary is given for 3 times the amount, but yet still the last amount is put right back, and I refer to activity 10.614 river training. I mean, over the last few years, if you look at the budget book, 2020, 2021, 54 million, but yet still we had to come back for $254 million, $200 million more. And a similar with where bridges are concerned, the figure is always constant at $70 million, but yet still we can't even get costings on bridges because we have no resources to effect any work at all. But be that it may, I just want to ask a few questions on activity 10.620 on 19,012, where we have traffic management and control. The figure of 192,700,000, which is less than what was in the revised estimate, but more than what was approved in the original estimates of 21-22. I see here where a provision includes 128 million for the White Roads Rehabilitation Project. Can some explanation be given on that program?
I will ask Member Warmington to address your specific question.
Sure.
Member, I agree with your observation as to the allocation, that it is constant through the year. The improvement last year was for a particular purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Then, this year, what we have here, it's the white roads, micro-surfacing of parts of North Coast Highway to improve the skid resistance, including additional road markings and installation of raised pavement marks, cat sides, and so on, to mitigate against crashes and so on.
But if I am to break this down, though, Minister, for your usual activities in traffic management and control, if you are to take this 128 million out of this 192, you basically have $6 million to do the other activities, because this is for a particular project itself. So what this is saying to me is that the other routine activities of the NWA to do with traffic management will be starved of the usual resources that it would normally have.
Come again?
No, you're in the budget here. Normally, traffic management and control would have its own heading outside of the White Road Rehabilitation Program. This is a program that the National Works Agency is now going to implement to help to reduce crashes on the North Coast Highway. Am I right, sir? Yes. Now, if I am to take this 128 out of this 192, it would leave a balance of approximately $6 million. So I am making the observation that the normal activities for traffic management and control would now be reduced. The normal program will be reduced because of this special program that you have in dealing with the rehabilitation of white roads.
Yeah, right. The thing is, just say we'll be left with 62. This normal program is normally 64 million, 64.7. So we're not very much below what the annual maintenance program has been.
So what then would be left out of the normal program this year?
No, it's just a difference of 2 million, isn't that all?
No.
62 and 64?
No.
Yes?
No. 6 million. What is left is $6 million, not 64.
128 from 196 can be 6. 128 from 196 can be 6.
You're taking out, all right? So the $4 million, so you're saying that that shortfall itself would be adequate enough to take care of the normal activities? Because if you look at the revised estimate, you had a 267 million inside there. Yes. You were revised to 267.
Yes. But I said that was a special project.
If I may.
Yes, Master.
Come on.
All right.
So remember, you recall last year that we had a one-off dividend, which was the basis of the Serve Jamaica program. And that one-off dividend would have been declared at around the time of the budget. So we announced a Serve Jamaica program, and we outlined the use of proceeds of that dividend in the budget presentation, which included a lot of activity in the Ministry of Economic Growth to catalyze economic activity and jobs, including river training and other activities. That is why, but it was not allocated to the ministries at that point. In the supplementary that followed, we had to take that $30 billion, which was paid over in April, and allocate it to the ministries. So I wouldn't want that to be, hopefully every year we can have a $30 billion dividend, but it's not an annual activity in the same way, meaning unplanned inflow. And it is because of that why the observations you're making is due to the fact that we had this one-off inflow, thank God, which has helped us with our economic recovery, and which was allocated across activities throughout the government, and particularly in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation.
Okay, so that would attribute to the extra spending that came to our head. Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Bridge development and construction. Again, this constant figure of 70 million arises ever since I've been sitting in this house for the last 10 years. And the reason why I raise it, Minister, is because I also have an issue with a bridge in my own constituency that Mr. Dono we have had the conversations week after week after week where I'm not even able to get a response on when that bridge would even be dealt with because of the lack of resources in the budget in dealing with bridge infrastructure. To the point that I've been told that we don't even have any Bailey bridges in stock, and we only have what has been imported from Wapikil Philip. No, sir? Philip, are you? Yeah? Philip, man. Yeah. No, Philip behind me, man. Is there going to be any in consideration? Because the bridge in Troy is just one of many in looking at the bridge program, because we keep putting the $70 million in the budget, Minister, which is woefully inadequate in dealing with bridge infrastructure.
Member, I agree with you that it's inadequate, but that's what we can afford at this time. I constantly say, you know, that the NWA needs an annual budget of $20 billion. No government can find that type of money at this time. We have to just make do with what we have. The issue, we have over 800 bridges in Jamaica, and most of the bridges need some serious rehabilitation. Some have passed their time of usefulness. This year we're hoping that we would have had even more. We need at least $1 billion to even start the maintenance project. But that is not there. COVID has taken a big bite out of the resource that we have. And we spent what, more than 11 billion on COVID. So I'm sure if we didn't have that problem to deal with the pandemic, I'm sure the Ministry of Finance would have been able to give us far more in this budget than what is available at this time. I'm aware that it's not adequate, but we just have to make do what we have until the day comes when we can find the type at 20 billion or even something close to that today.
Well, Minister, it may be comforting to others, but when I have complaints of teachers going to school, sliding from the embankment down into the river, children falling off of a makeshift, of a tree that they fall across the river for them to cross, is not comforting to those who are in danger. And for me to be told that I cannot be given any indication at all of when it will be looked at is not a representative of the people, and for you to tell me that $70 million is all that can be afforded. When the time comes, there are other resources found for other things, because this is a main road that has been cut off, and I understand the constraints. But I can't go and tell my constituents and those who use the roadway that this is all that can be afforded.
Member, I understand your plight. I sympathize with you, and I ask you to express my discomfort also and my sympathy with them. But this is all we have. And if we talk till morning, this is all we have. We'll try our best with it. We'll stretch as far as we can. So if we bleat and bawl and curse it tomorrow morning and talk till Dyking and come, it's not going to change. It's not there.
Okay, well,
the money's not there.
Minister, this is an exercise in futility, as I say, a waste of my time.
I'm glad you know that.
So
I'm glad you know that.
My questioning.
I've always said that.
Can you put the
Member
questions?
Paulwell, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I don't regard this question as one in futility. So let me just remind that last year, I think the minister in relation to the Works Agency did indicate a certain allocation per constituency. I think it was around $10 million. Were you stymied also by reallocation, or were you able to fulfill that commitment, Minister?
You're talking about your 2 roads?
No, roads. Yeah, it was in the sectoral debate.
Oh, you're talking about no, I said that we had before. But then again, as I said, you blame COVID and everything, so I blamed on COVID this year. We just couldn't find it because 11 billion went into the helping with the pandemic. So, you know.
And that would explain why those roads that I sent in weren't addressed.
Which, your 2 roads?
Yes.
Of course, they were scope and went to tender. Didn't you give me a list of contractors you wanted for us to consider?
Yes.
Did you? Yes, and they were tendered.
But
they're in the process now.
We're at the end of the financial year.
It doesn't matter whether the end or the beginning. You give it to us, and they've been taken care of. You're lucky than some.
Well, I'm happy that the Minister of Finance is here, because there is a long-standing matter that the member who is my neighbor and I are familiar with, and we were told a year and a half ago that funds were put in the budget to deal with the South Coast Road for the rehabilitation of a major drainage that was in need of urgent repairs. We were promised a year and a half ago. Last year we were promised it again, and it hasn't happened. And in the wake of any significant rainfall, the people of Harborview, namely Harbor Drive, are going to be in serious jeopardy for both life and property.
Remember, it was scope. And what we had then, the first estimate was for $80 million.
Yes.
But we have found that it needs $200 million really to that project.
So much, 200 million?
So what we're doing now, we're trying to include it in the Harborview to Port Antonio project so that we can get it done. Because what we had in the budget wasn't able to do the entire project.
So it's going to be included in the
Yes, it's been considered.
2022-23?
No, the current capital project.
Yes.
22, yeah. Yes. Sorry.
All right, Minister of Finance.
Ministry of Finance makes allocation decisions to the ministries for projects. The ministry implements.
I just want to, Minister, on the capital.
Phillips, before you, unless he would like to defer, and all the mics are on, so Member Phillips, Member Caldwell, mics off.
The member is yielding to me.
And yield
yes,
to Member
he's
Phillips?
yielding to me.
Thank you.
I just
Member
want to
Phillips,
go to 19,000 C19 on the capital side to do with the Montego Bay perimeter road. Just an observation, Minister Pierce. The revised total estimate cost here in the book is 30,377,000,000. But on your financing plan, on page 19,000 C20, shows 43,445,000,000. What would be the reason for that difference of 13 billion?
The exchange rate and the inclusion of the Montego Bay drainage study. I spoke last week of before about the North Gully, South Gully, and the constant flooding in Montego Bay.
Yes.
And that included in this is a study of the project itself and the design to correct the flooding in Montego Bay.
All right, so that means you're not at a cost yet then, since you're just doing the study?
No, for the drainage?
Yeah.
No, this is to take care of the study and the
$13
design.
billion difference?
And I mentioned to you also the exchange rate.
So we're probably looking at a $50 billion project then. All right, Minister. Thank you.
Minister, I noted that the 500 million is in this budget for the lensman system. That was announced several years ago. Are we now able to, and will we now begin the lensman system?
It's back on this year.
And will it start where?
It's back on this year, Member Hilton.
Yeah, and will it start where it was announced to be?
It's back on this year. Why are you looking back, man? Look forward now.
No, Minister, I'm looking back because I should have been the beneficiary of the start. So I'm asking if...
But, remember, if you keep on looking back, you won't reach nowhere at all. Look forward, move forward. The mommy says it's going this year. What you want about last year before? Yes. Just look on to the future, man.
We may start in Southeast St. Andrews.
I'm not going to start in Western St. Andrews.
Member Hilton. Order, please. Member Hilton.
Minister, now on a more serious note. The matter of desilting of rivers. Western St. Andrew is the only parish in the corporate area, and it's the only constituency that has a river, 2 rivers, in fact, running through it. Those rivers, particularly the Duene River, has been the source of significant flooding in the New Haven community. Have been pleading for some time, quite some time, for the desilting of that river, because until that is addressed, the problem will persist and people's lives and property are directly in danger. It goes all the way down, and so I'm asking Minister, is this likely to be, and I know it's a process, is it likely to begin this year in terms of scoping or doing whatever pre-work that needs to be done so that some response can be given to the problem?
Member, I'm aware of your pleading constantly about the Duene River and those around you. But I remember that we have had pleading long before. OT used to plead for it years ago. All right? So I know the situation, but I can't give an assurance we're going to start it this year. I've seen the river myself. I know the problem with it, but it will be addressed. I give you that assurance.
Last Minister, finally this year I can see some action on the 2 roads that I've been pleading with for the longest while.
If you can see action in it, want to start, isn't it?
Member Cousins.
Hold on.
One started.
Hold on, man. The contract, I know the contract is signed for one of them.
No, that was
Member Cousins. Minister,
they are very parochial.
Minister, one discussion at a time. Individual constituency roads, we need to have those private discussions. Member Cousins, go ahead, Member Cousins.
Yeah, Minister, the question is in relation to the highway development. I'm happy to see all of the various agencies here to include NROC. Because what has happened, Minister, is that a lot of the NWA roads that are being used to access the highway project have been decimated, particularly in my constituency. And I heard reference earlier to the fact that perhaps you could squeeze a drain under the same project. I don't know what the plan is for those main roads, St. Diego Road, Comfort Road, NWA Gazetted Road, and several other roads that have been decimated. So I'm wondering, Minister, if there's a plan to ensure that these road networks that have been destroyed by the trucks bringing the material to the highway project construction sites will be addressed subsequent to the completion.
Naturally.
Minister, hold on a moment. I think I didn't hear you properly. You had not completed the response on the desilting question.
No, I did.
From
And
you
he's
did?
satisfied.
No, apparently he's not satisfied.
No. I used my seed. I had to use my CDF. I had to use my CDF to do 2 roads. One of which was done. The next one hasn't been. I'm talking about the 2 from 3 years ago that should have been done in the water.
Road, but you gave 2 roads for this year. No, I'm talking about your CDF because I know what you do with your CDF.
Right. But yeah, I gave
you
2.
gave me 2 roads.
Yeah, none have been started. None have been
but
started.
I know that at least one of those, there's a contract has been issued. All right, I know at least one of them.
Madam
Right,
Chair, I think
Member Cousins' question, please.
Yes,
I
thank
thought
you.
it was a desilting question.
No,
I'm back.
He's gone back to his little parochial.
I told you.
Yes, I'm back with you now, Minister. Please continue. Member Cousins, listen for your response.
Member Cousins, I know that there are complaints about flooding because of the highway and other issues. NROC went out there, investigated the situation, assessed the whole stuff. If there are roads that were damaged because of the heavy traffic going to the construction of the highway, naturally, the contractor will have to make the necessary repairs to the satisfaction of the NROC and the authority. Thank you. You always appreciate, you're not like him.
Thank you very much.
You're sensible.
I would like to put to a vote head 19,000 pages. Pages 1 through 23. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. Head 19,000 C, pages 1 through 39. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. For forestry, 19,046 pages 1 through 5.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. National Land Agency, 19,047 pages 1 through 8.
Aye.
Those in favor? The ayes have it. Those against, the ayes have it. 19,048, National Environment and Planning Agency, pages 1 through 9. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. 1950, National Works Agency, pages 1 through 8. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. Thank you very much, Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. We are going back now to Ministry of National Security. May I please have Ministers Chang and Minister Mayne? Minister Chang, I'm not seeing your report as yet. Minister Chang, would you like to allow Minister Shaw to go ahead until Minister Chang, once the report is received, we'll break and we'll take Minister of National Security and then we will continue. Minister Clarke? Okay, so Minister Shaw, I think you're in hearing. We are going to take Minister Audley Shaw, Minister William Hutchinson, as it relates to the Ministry of Transport and Mining until the report for the Ministry of National Security arrive. Minister Shaw and team, please make your way to committee meeting. Marshall, please invite in the Ministry of Transport and Mining.
brother. What's up? No, man, you're so quick to deal with them. JUTC. Yes. Yes.
All right, members, we are ready to continue as it relates to these deliberations. Minister Shaw and the team from Ministry of Transport and Mining. We have been moving at a very structured and reliable pace. Could all the members take their seat, please, so that we may continue?
Yes, Mom, sit down over here.
Thank you very much. Minister Shaw, Head 68,000, Ministry of Transport and Mining.
Mr. Hutchinson comes, you put him to sit here, please. Right. Then where is he? Now tell him.
Yes. We send so here's thought I got rid of you.
He thought he got rid of you.
You can't sit down here until you
yeah. Okay, you can, yeah.
Come closer. Minister.
My brother, how are you?
Minister Shaw, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. The Ministry of Transport and Mining, of course, our purpose encompasses the provision of a safe and efficient transport system and the oversight and regulation of the mining sector. The ministry has regulatory responsibility for the safety of all modes of transport, whether publicly or privately operated. Additionally, the ministry is responsible for issuing licenses and leases for private operations pertaining to the exploitation of the country's mineral resources. And I should say here, Madam Chairman, that the mineral resources to which we refer over the past 70 years, those minerals have been confined to bauxite mining. But I need to say to you now that we are now at a point where we are beginning to do serious exploration into other potential rare earth minerals, including gold, silver, copper, and other rare earth materials. Madam Speaker, I'm gonna repeat it. I'm just saying that in addition to the 70 years of bauxite mining, we are now at a point where we are going to also seriously explore other precious minerals that we know are here in Jamaica, part of our God-given, what has been bestowed on us. This includes gold, silver, copper, among other things. But in terms of the budget
Madam Speaker, the vast majority of the budget of a total of $13.6 billion, the majority of this is taken up by the Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority, which, by the way, that authority typically earns even at about $1 billion more than we actually allocate to them. So the Civil Aviation Authority has a positive earning of that amount that they get. And of course, the second agency is the Jamaica Urban Transit Company. That is allocated $5.5 billion, and of course, JCAA $5.3 billion. The other 81% of the budget are allocated to the Maritime Authority of Jamaica, National Road Safety Council, Toll Authority, Island Traffic Authority, Montego Bay Metro, Port Security Corps, Seismic Earthquake Unit, and of course the ministry including Mines and Geology Division. So, Madam Speaker, with those opening remarks, I'll take questions.
Member Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I just want to start out in the public bodies, page 252, Jamaica Railway Corporation.
252.
Yeah, page 252.
Just find it for me. Go ahead.
All right. Now, looking at the...
You said page 252?
Yeah, 252.
Yes, go ahead.
Looking at the... I know recently the Ministry of Transport started additional services in transporting school children on a daily basis, which I would imagine is part of, it's basically a subsidy, because I'm looking here at your projected losses. 2021, 22, 6.85 million, and expected for this financial year at 40.17 million. Can the minister tell me how many passengers have the GRC moved since the reintroduction of the train service?
Well, what I can say to you is that when it just started out, I think we had on the two trains, you know, one is from Linstead
and one is
from Old Harbour. We had very modest numbers. One was about 7 persons and one about 5. We are now up to roughly 120, and that's coming in to Spanish Town, and about 110 going back out. Of course, the numbers are still very small, but with the full resumption of school that is expected after the midterm, pardon me, March 7th, we are expecting to see those
So
numbers.
you will assess
Yes, will increase. Yes.
And the background of my question, Minister, is because when I look at your income statement, it shows that you're expecting about 30 million from train fares and charges. Mm-hmm. But then in your operating expenses, your repairs and maintenance is moving from 9 million to 23 million, and your train operating costs from 17 to 78.
Yes.
Yes. So it is highly subsidized, yes, even at 30 million, yes, in revenue.
That's true. Well, you know, a part of that problem, of course, is the fact that the railway, having been closed down for over 30 years, in fact, a lot of those children are not even used to the train.
No.
You know, but so the reintroduction of the railway system in Jamaica is something I have to tell you. It's very high on the government's agenda. Very high, because I have to remind ourselves that Jamaica had a railway service before the United States of America had one, right? We were, yes, transporting sugar cane at that time, but it is a shame that it has been closed down for the past 30 years, and it is unacceptable. And I am therefore committed to reviving the rail service, not just for our school children. The second phase is going to be for the opening up of the Montego Bay to Appleton Estate as a tourist attraction. And then the third phase will be to reopen from Montego Bay to Kingston. And thereafter, looking at other important, potential routes, like Port Antonio, St. Thomas, and so on.
Minister, I'll await the resumption of that because I've heard that announcement by previous ministers before, including my father when he sat in that chair, which was some time ago. Yeah. And why I raise the issue of subsidy again is just as a previous minister that was sitting there just now before you came in, and we speak about expenses in other areas. And we were just having a conversation about bridge repairs, as you know, which is close to the border of mine and your constituency, the Troy Bridge.
Yes.
And when they're saying that there are no more funds to effect repairs to a major roadway, but yet still we are subsidizing an operation to the tune of making a loss of going into 40 million compared to the 6.85 million, then we'll have to ask ourselves the question, is it better putting those resources in other things than to say, because of what should have been, and there must be a reason why other investors have not yet invested. And I mean, from where I sit and where you're sitting, we know that the cost of rehabilitating, especially the bridges, is one that is prohibitive in some instances. So, and that's why I started out with this, because I always do feel that if we have an effective transport system that we're highly subsidizing already in the JUTC, then we won't have to subsidize the train service. Yeah? Even though we would like children to know more about the train itself, but to subsidize another mode of transport when we're already heavily subsidizing the JUTC, for me is not much economic sense. Yeah?
Yeah, well, what I can say to you on that is that during that 30 years of closure, there has been remarkable improvement in technology and so on. And so we are actually looking at some proposals now which are taking into account the benefits of those of that improved technology. So we just have to pursue it in a careful, aggressive way. Of interest, the Montego Bay to Appleton route is going to be on a kind of what you'd call, just like how we have it with the box
excursions,
a track user agreement. But in this case, they are prepared to work with us to help prepare the tracks and maintain the tracks as part of that shared user agreement.
Okay. Move on to JUTC.
Yes.
Page 262. I'd prefer to approach this one a little different, Minister, because it has been every year we come back asking the same questions. So I'm going to ask the Minister this time around, instead of highlighting the figures, what will you do differently to prevent the closing down of the JUTC as is, because this is unsustainable. What will you do different with the budget that you have? Because, yeah.
Well, let me say this to you. As I said, and I'll repeat it, there are other countries, in fact, most other countries in the world, are finding that the railway service is an absolutely essential part of their transportation system. In our case, we have to look at different things. We have to look at new technologies. We have to look, for instance, going forward, not to rely completely on diesel-powered trains. We have to look at compressed natural gas as well as electric-powered trains. And, sorry, buses. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up between trains and buses. But yes, as I say, compressed natural gas or electric as the sources of powering our buses going forward. At this time, however, we are very short on buses, and Cabinet has approved the acquisition of about 50 buses, 5 of which will be for electric, will be for that part of the experimentation and the research going forward. But another part of it, I have to tell you, and I'll say it publicly, because it's a warning I'm issuing out there. Part of the inefficiency of the diesel buses is not so much that diesel is inherently inefficient, but it is the level of, what's the word now, right? Stealing of fuel. And that is going to stop, okay? I'm working on that. So it's not just about the inefficiency of diesel, but part of that inefficiency is just outright stealing of fuel.
Minister, part of the inefficiencies too is budgeting an amount for, because if you look at it, July 13, 1998, JUTC. So next year would make, what, 25 years? Yeah? And every year, if we were to look at the accumulated losses of the JUTC, I'm sure those figures would be, yeah, accumulated deficit in the region of some $17 billion, yeah, at the end of this financial year coming. That in itself is something that should be of concern of any government at all. We're asking the taxpayers again to subsidize it of more than, well, a GOJ grant of $5.4 billion on top of a loss of about $8 billion. Yeah? Now, why I started out the way I did is because, one, I can accept that the JUTC was hands were tied in the protocols that govern the DMRA of carrying less passengers compared to those who are private, who run the PPV, right? So, because you had to have half of your capacity on the buses while others were able to carry one less, right? But even with that, you, in your summary, you're running out 220 buses. That even if you had the full capacity seating in the buses, you'd still be short of buses to honor your own contract with the government itself in providing seats. Yeah? In that period that you had the low passenger lift, you only provided 1.2 billion in parts. So it is still an inefficiency of how the resources are allocated. We've been talking about new rolling stock for the JUTC for quite a while. And I am a little bit afraid to ask you, what was the cost of those 50 buses then when the minister first spoke about it compared to what you're going to be paying for it now? I'm sure there's going to be a difference in costs. Right? And I am still not getting that feeling or understanding from the administration in what, apart from bringing in new buses, what are we going to do differently in ensuring not only the death of the JUTC, but some order in the transport sector? Because that has not been enunciated yet, that even if you have the buses on the road, those that now occupy the JUTC routes, what will happen? Right? For you to maximize, because you can still have the buses out there and still not have the passenger load. Right?
Minister Shaw, while you deliberate on your response to that question, I am going to ask leave of yourself, the ministry team, and the members of the House to just take as committed the report from the subcommittee of the National Security Ministry with a meeting with the Jamaica Defense Force team. The subcommittee has honored the requirement and have discussed and provided a report on Head 26,000, page 3, Head 26,000C, pages 2 through 5. And the report is here in my hand. So, House, if you will permit, Head 26,000, Ministry of National Security, pages 1 through 10. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Head 26,000C, pages 1 through 14. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Head 26,022, Police Department, pages 1 through 11. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Head 26,024, Department of Correctional Services, pages 1 through 6. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I want to hear the ayes and the nays, please. Head 2653, Passport, Immigration and Citizens Agency, pages 1 through 8. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Head 2657, Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine, pages 1 through 6. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Head 2659, Major Organized Crime and Anti-Corruption Agency, page 1 through 4. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Ministry of National Security, thank you very much for your contribution to today's deliberation. Have a good day. We will recommence with the response from Minister Shaw as it relates to the question asked by Member Phillips.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Let me just say, read the comments from the member, that there is no question that the revival and rebuilding of the JUTC on a basis where we minimize the level of government subsidies is a definite priority. And the part of that revival, member, is that we have to look at, it's not just one quick fix, it's a number of things. And I would say to you that the main things that we have to look at in this revival, first of all, it is refleeting. Let's not forget, that 10 years ago, we had 400 or over 400 buses on the road. Now we have, on any given day, maybe 206 buses out of maybe 240, okay? So we are close to 50% of where we were 10 years ago. So the refleeting of the buses using, where appropriate, new technology that can help us to save money, including the pilferage that I referred to earlier. Those are things that have to be taken into consideration. We do know that historically, if the people of our country, our students, workers, if they can come to rely on the JUTC, then the ridership will definitely improve. No question about that.
When is it that you would expect, because I'm not seeing here the acquisition of buses in this budget, so is that going to be for this financial year or?
Yes, the 50 buses will be
for this financial year. Will come in a supplementary most likely.
Yes, but the amount is in the Ministry of Finance. Finance,
okay.
It was approved on Monday.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to find it myself too. Yeah. Minister, the issue of the accounts payable and accrued charges on page 266.
Accounts payable.
Yeah, this is now showing an increase to $12 billion.
Yes.
What would account for that increase?
The projected increase for the new. What? Yeah, please tell me so I understand, please. These relate primarily to insurance claims and the catching up for the non-payment of statutory payments,
Well, which was going to be my next question, because in the 2020-21 estimates, there was a $4.4 billion that was supposed to be written off. I see no mention of it in this current updated, in the revised estimates really for 2020-21. Well, it doesn't show up anywhere in the accounting of the JUTC. So was that write-off done?
What is it? What's the answer?
Was this write-off done any at all?
Yes, I'm told that it's still on the books.
Of the JUTC?
No, tax administration.
Tax administration?
Yeah.
So it has not, the transaction has not yet been completed. As this will be going 2 financial years now. So this is because, that's why I was wondering if that was back into your accounts payable. No? Or this is new tax? Yes. It remains. So this is the $4 billion.
So
okay.
that's why it has gone up to 12.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. You're with the challenges, Minister, the repairs and maintenance. Because you budgeted 2.9 last financial year, and your estimated spend was 1.5 billion. Yeah, that's page 265. But you're now budgeting 2.1 billion. What if you spent 1.5 and you're requiring an additional $1 billion in spend, about approximately what is required to be able to bring your fleet back up to the required amount in spare parts.
Except it's not 1 billion. This part of the reason for this is, of course, the aging fleet. And as you know, when the fleet is aging, then of course it requires more money for maintenance purposes. And it also projects that this funding will be able to get more buses back into the system with the new ones and with other ones that need to be repaired. We want to, there are 50 plus another 50 or so. We want to reach 300 million, 300 buses. And this is part of the increase that you're seeing here.
But if the restrictions with the DMRA and the JUTC is able to carry full load again,
that should
but
assist. That should help.
I've been reminded time and time again, both at Standing Finance and other committee meetings, that JUTC need at least 420, 450 buses to be able to, so even at the 300, you're going to be down. And the question that I ask is, what would the JUTC require to bring back those buses that are able to be rehabilitated? What amount in parts and repairs would they require for them to bring back if you were not getting those 50 buses? Because I don't expect those 50 buses to land for this financial year.
Yes. We're expecting them to land in 6 months.
Oh.
Yes. And
okay, that's good news.
That 2.7 billion we're looking at is, of course, to help us with the other old fleet that needs to be brought up to a point where between the new ones and the repaired ones, we will reach 300, beyond which now, because I'm still targeting 400. But what we're looking at now in that other 100 is to look at the compressed natural gas and the electric potential for buses there.
They're still going to have a seat shortfall, though.
Yes, but one day at a time.
Yes. Let's look. Are we looking at the JUTC and how it is we can save money in how you purchase also your fuels, your tires, your batteries, and things like that?
Well, definitely.
As part of the rationalization?
Definitely, I want to say to you that, we do a lot of purchases right now from a sister company, Ultimate Tires, for instance, but it is something that I have under very careful examination at this stage, because I have more than anecdotal evidence that some of the prices we are paying to our sister company, you can actually get those prices cheaper in the private sector. So I'm saying this publicly because it's something that I'm not going to find acceptable at all.
I asked a question with the backdrop, Minister, is that...
In fact, we are carrying out an audit of that company, the Ultimate Tire Company, as we speak.
All right. Minister, I want to move to Montego Bay Metro, because that also, just like the JUTC, is in dire need of rehabilitation. Because we have been told time and time again, to run a close to efficient service, you need at least 15 to 20 buses. You're looking at a fleet of 9 units. You are running on 6 units up to now, really.
Totally unacceptable.
Yeah.
And out of the 50 buses that we are purchasing, I intend to allocate some of them to the Montego Bay service.
So JUTC will be in a different position too, so
Definitely.
you need to get some more parts then.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, and so let me just move on quickly to the Port Security Corp, 272, page 272.
Okay.
Because, and why this one jumped out at me, Minister, is that, again, I had come back to the point of government getting into certain businesses and not able to even break even, which is a strain on the taxpayers, yeah? Because we're looking at an unaudited income statement for 2020-21. They would have made a loss of 12.6. 2021-22, 66.47. 2022-23, a projected loss of $91.81 million. So it is not moving in the right direction, it is moving in the wrong direction. And when I look at also,
how much is it? Okay, let me just say to you, remember, that this 22-23 figure is actually wrong, because there is a submission, there's a subvention of $45.86 million.
all right,
which will reduce this.
45 million?
Yeah, yes, 45.8.
So if you were to
this is going to
take,
be cut in half.
so this would be, yeah, yeah. So this would be cut in half basically. So,
Yes.
all right.
Which will put it unusually
You know,
going in an opposite
but
direction.
when you have and Minister, when you look at other entities within the ministry itself, and this that provides security for the airports, seaports, and other, you ought to be just like if it was a private entity. And I keep saying that if these companies were private entities, they would have gone bankrupt. Because you are asking taxpayers to give it a subvention, which you see as our income of $45 million to keep these doors open. And you are providing security services for a particular service, really, the airport and seaports, and for other government entities. So, be it that we reduce the losses itself, how is it that then the ministry will be looking at the operations of the Port Security Corp? Because if I am to flip the page to 276, there are payables of about $1 billion. And you're looking at accumulated deficit of over $1 billion also. Right?
Well, let me say this to you. And remember, you're speaking to a minister that is, roughly 6 weeks into the job. But just to say to you that I have the same predisposition to this as I do to the ultimate tire company, right? I see no sacred cows around. One thing we do know in Jamaica is that we have a well-developed private security system and private security industry. And if we don't get our act together on this, one of the options might very well have to be to look at the possibility of a return to private security. So I'm interrogating it. I've ordered that fulsome interrogation, to see if we can rescue it, make it become profitable. Otherwise, we have options.
It ought to at least cover its expenses.
I'm sorry?
It ought to have to at least cover its own expenses.
Absolutely.
At a minimum. Minister, just...
Because remember, the ports make money. The airport makes money. Right?
Yes.
Why aren't the security facilities,
the facilities
making money?
Mm-hmm.
Big question. These are things we have to interrogate.
My last question to you, Minister. Page 68,013 in the big book. Road safety and promotions, Minister. Even though the NWA will be spending some 129 million on the North Coast Highway in resurfacing the White Road, where we have some of the high level of accidents taking place. And seeing that we every year put an amount of $30 to $40 million to deal with the road safety promotions, I'm making a plea, because this has shown inadequate if we're going to bring the numbers down. The regulations that you tabled for the Road Traffic Act will not do without, it won't work unless there is proper enforcement, right? And if I'm to say to you that the Transport Authority alone itself, that you have not been feeling them out there as you have in the past, but there ought to be an increase, a real look at the budget for the road safety promotion and unit itself, to at least that we can have something meaningful if we're to bring the numbers below the 400 that we had last year. Right. I think it will help the Minister of Health himself in less persons turning up at the hospital. It will help Ministry of Social Security, less funeral grants. And I think it will just save lives overall. So this, every year we come here and we see the same amount. And that's why I said sometimes this exercise is an exercise in futility, because even when we plead, there's no movement in this. But at the end of the year, we make all the noise when we see the amount of carnage on the roads. But yet still we do nothing in trying to prevent it. Right?
Let me...
Member Paulwell?
Just let me say that we invested in technology last year to help to mitigate the situation. But I agree with what you're suggesting, and it's something I'm going to take into very, very careful consideration. I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, I appreciate your earlier comments in relation to the mining sector generally. And you're quite correct that we have been involved with 70 years of mining and refining bauxite. But just to correct you a little bit, we did mine and did find gold and did process gold right here in Jamaica some years ago. And I know you've mentioned rare earth, and I think you were talking about precious metals, because rare earth is a substantially different type of elements. And Jamaica, we know have rare earth elements because we have done the experimentation, we're able to process it, and it is for you now to run with it to secure investors, as the world is going to shortly be in a deficit in relation to rare earth elements. But, and of course, Minister, Jamaica is almost 100% limestone, and we really haven't begun to scratch the surface of the opportunities for limestone. But in asking a few questions, I wanted to clarify your role, because recently CAP was assigned to the Ministry of Finance. And I'm not too sure if the operations at Jamalco would similarly be with the Ministry of Finance and not with you. So probably you could just answer that question if issues relating to Jamalco would relate to your ministry, or is it, strictly speaking, the Ministry of Finance?
For now, we see it as being tangentially related to us, but just to avoid any confusion or anything, the overall responsibility is Ministry of Finance.
Minister, I'm looking at the budget for the JBI, page 243.
Except that we still maintain the regulatory side through mines and geology and so on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Minister, if you will go to the public bodies book, I'm looking at page 243, the income statements, and I see that from a position of surplus, the JBI is expected this year to record about 60 million deficit. Your Capital Development Fund income has increased. So probably you could just explain to me why we're going to be seeing a deficit, and then probably you could focus on that purchase of other goods and services item, which has escalated somewhat over previous budgets. Yes, yes.
What else? Let me say this to you, that in relation to the Jamaica Bauxite Institute, it is in transition right now, because a lot of these increases relate primarily to compensation of employees. But I want to tell you that the Bauxite Institute right now is kind of in transition, right? Where we have to find ways to bolster its earning ability in the same way that we're doing, for instance, with Jamaica Bauxite Mining, because, you know, Jamaica Bauxite Mining.
I'll come into that one. So let us stay with JBI for the time.
So maybe I could just do both of them one time, because in the case of Jamaica Bauxite Mining, which I recently toured, they have some very, very interesting plans, including the construction of a commercial and industrial park, an area for business process outsourcing, and a very ambitious plan to take over the old mining facility. Reynolds, was it? Reynolds Mining. And that facility that has been lying there dormant for many years, to actually convert it into an industrial zone for new and expanded business opportunities.
Yes, Minister, you've gone to Jamaica Bauxite Mining, but I really want to focus a little bit on JBI, because you mentioned quite curiously that it is in transition, and it's the first time we're hearing about that. The JBI has a responsibility of managing the Bauxite Community Development Program, and all members of Parliament who are affected by bauxite mining have a clear interest there. So where is it transitioning to, if that is the case, and what is going to happen to the Bauxite Community Development Program, which has been an essential arm of the work of the JBI over the past years?
Well, definitely. Huh? We have a projection, yes, we have a projection of an amount similar to last year.
How much?
For that program. 4-point Bauxite Community Redevelopment Project was 4.5 million last year, and it will be 4.5 million this year.
I don't.
Minister.
Yes.
I'm sure there are other MPs here who's affected by mining. But with all due respect to these bauxite communities and what actually comes back in, just there's no other gain from them apart from maybe a few persons being employed in the industry. But when you go into these communities, what is left after mining and what those communities get back to even put in any infrastructure at all, this 4.5 million is a slap in the face of those communities. Let me just say that to you, because if you are to come into my constituency now and go up into Ballinure, you know Ballinure, look down into the Mile Gully Valley, see what it looks like now, and probably come back 4 years' time and see what will be left of it. And when you get $1 million or $4 million to put back every 3 years in a community is not adequate enough. Many of these communities still don't have running water, much less roads or even basic infrastructure that is left after mining. So I'm begging that
that can't be the fund.
This can't be it, because this is only $4.5 million.
Yes. What is the normal situation is, wait a little bit, is that the Ministry of Finance takes it out of the consolidated fund, which is a part of the Bauxite Development Fund, yes, and a separate allocation is made. So this can't be what is being allocated for these are the fees.
Yes, must be.
No, Minister, it is important, and the reason why it is important, the industry is under pressure because people believe that they're not getting anything out of the industry. And it is therefore very important to safeguard the interests of everybody, including the investors, that the communities do see a sizable return to the communities. And I think you have a tremendous role to influence the Minister of Finance to ensure that a significant amount of resources will go back into the communities.
I agree with you, and let me say that let me say, you know, that I
agreeable to this.
I actually toured a facility nearby to the old Kirkvine facility in Manchester. I toured it with the Jamaica Bauxite Institute, where they actually have developed some 100 and odd greenhouses on mined out land. And it's doing very, very well with the farmers in that area using the greenhouse technology.
But yet still a community across the road from the Kirkvine don't have any running water?
That is something, of course, that's something, of course, that we have to multiply.
So, Minister, I expect that in your sectoral presentation we'll hear more about the transition of the JBI.
Yes.
Because it was established as the main regulator of the industry. And there are concerns about the role over many years, especially environmental concerns. And I think the JBI will have to assert its leadership in this area a lot more.
I agree with you.
So we'll hear. You mentioned Kirkvine just now, Minister. There is a court process involving Roussel, could you say if that has been concluded or is still ongoing? There's a matter in court.
I'm sorry, ask that question again.
Kirkvine, which has been closed for a number of years.
Yes.
There has been an issue in court about the licenses for mining for Kirkvine. Is that matter resolved, or are you still in court?
Discussions are being held, so it is definitely not resolved yet. As of now, it doesn't appear, and this is my interpretation now, it doesn't appear as if there is going to be any early reopening of the Kirkvine.
No, I'm clear about that. I'm just wondering if those discussions are with a view to settling that legal issue.
It's still in court.
The matter is still in court, but we're still having discussions with them out of court.
Minister, on page 248, I take you to the financials of the Jamaica bauxite mining. In 2020, you had a surplus of 476 million. Yet you're projecting a surplus of 18 this year.
Yes.
And I do see staff costs not moving appreciably as the other company. So what accounts for this significant fall off in the performance?
Which is another reason why the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited has to look at new shoots, new opportunities. And one of them, of course, as you mentioned before, is the exploitation on a much larger scale for the limestone industry. Because, you know, perhaps with the exception of Guyana, Jamaica is one of the largest reserve areas that has a reserve of limestone. In fact, it is incredible the level of limestone reserves that we have. As a matter of fact, I'd like to tell you that it has been estimated that our limestone reserves are about 150, is it million or billion? Huh? 150 billion tons, of which we only, in our lifetime, can hope to mine about 50 billion. And we are nowhere near that right now. So that is definitely an opportunity, but it's, and the quality has, you know, a wide variety of applications. For instance, I toured the Lidford mines, and they have different types of products. They're even making replacement sand from limestone to put back onto beaches where the sand has deteriorated. And as you say, as we have said, there are medical procedures and medical products that are being generated. In fact, that company in Lidford Mines, is now aggressively moving into the export market, which of course is one of the things that we have to do.
Minister, could you just explain, I see in 2020 other income of 355 million, yet you're only projecting, well, I didn't see any income last year, but you're projecting this year 35 million. What was that 355 million for?
Okay, that's something I'll have to interrogate, and I can get back to you on it.
All right. And I see in this year's budget a professional fees category of over $50 million for professional fees, coming from 1.5 million last year. It's going up to 52 million this year. What are the professional fees that you'll be paying? You do have a staff.
Okay, that detail I'll also have to provide, except to say that based on my information of the plans going forward, the amount of work that has been done, right, which is causing them now to be very, very close to the commencement of implementation. I suspect that some of that cost is related to that.
Well, which brings me now to the main issue in relation to JBM, because yes, we did hear your announcements about the various projects that you're doing, and I did see your Minister of State beside you, and love the pictures. Who is going to fund this? What is the cost of this? How are you going to raise money to do what seems to be a multi-billion-dollar type of expansion program in a government that is not really about government being involved in capital projects, but really private sector being involved in these projects? Where are you going to find those billions in these COVID times?
Okay. That aspect of it, we intend to attract private investment into those projects.
But on what basis? You are government, you own the lands. Is it a joint venture? How are people going to be involved in it? Is this going to be by way of some public tendering process? And what's the cost of these projects that you've announced?
Yes, let me say this to you, that it's not just a question of giving away land or causing that to create investment. But the Jamaica bauxite mining, whatever is being done, the JBM is a partner, not somebody leasing land. Is a partner in the business.
Yes, but...
And their portion of what is obtained out of the business, of course, is the contribution to the government's coffers.
Yes, but as you know, because the Integrity Commission must be looking to see what is happening, what is the transparent process to determine who your partners are and what role they play? Because you just can't go out there and decide on partners. It has to be a transparent process.
Those are going to be applied using the government's rules in terms of public-private partnership.
It just appeared, Minister.
Procurement.
Yeah, it just appeared from your announcement that you are ready to turn shovel to start. And well, if you're way down on the wicket where that is concerned, there might be some process. No?
Procurement has to be in place before that can start.
All right, so we are not looking to start these projects in this financial year, sorry, the new financial year? Because if you haven't done the procurement, if you haven't identified who the partners are, if you haven't been able to assess bids, because it has to be by way of bids.
I have directed them to fast track it, right? And I expect that it will start in this financial year, because I'm not necessarily at the age of my colleague, Mike Henry, but I'm still a man in a hurry, okay?
We expect to hear more about this, Minister, in the sectoral debate, and I will...
yes, I'll provide more details.
Minister, recently we were told that a license is being considered for a license for mining, being considered by Bengal in St. Anne's. Where are you with that process?
Well, you know, as you know, there was a preliminary approval given with over 70 conditions, right? And so that is now being examined before I make my final decision. The fact is that Bengal owns a total in that area of over 500 acres of land. And so the challenge is to make sure that they operate sufficiently inside the more remote areas so that it doesn't create any environmental problems to areas of high population that are close to the property.
You said a provisional approval has been granted?
Yes.
By you?
No.
But you are the mining minister, so what do you mean by a provisional approval has been granted?
No, I have not. The final approval is still based on me, yes.
Right, but the law doesn't allow you to give a provisional approval. But you did mention provisional approval, so I wanted to be clear about that. So is there a provisional approval granted?
An agency, one of the agencies had given provisional approval.
One of the
But it
agencies.
still has to come to the minister for final approval.
Yes, but I don't think an agency can give a provisional approval for a license to do mining. It has to be the minister.
And, anyway, right. From them, it could be a no objection letter or a recommendation.
Okay.
But the final decision, it has to be by the minister.
So,
But I want to say to you, to be totally transparent, there are residents that are on the coast that have been writing to me expressing concern and asking for a reconsideration of it. But that's why I said it's not a small area. It's 500 acres, so that they can be encouraged to move their operations way into the heart of their operation, so it does not become an environmental negative for the people.
so you're disposed to granting a license?
That's right. Yes, I am.
That's it.
Minister, just one question on MAJ. MAJ, Maritime Authority, the Maritime Authority of Jamaica. The ship registry. There was
the ship
registry.
Yes.
There was an effort at privatization. Could you say where we are on that and what are the next steps?
For ship registration? Sorry? I'm told that the bidders did not meet the standards that were laid down. So basically, it was unsuccessful.
That's right.
Yeah.
The question was,
I'm being told that an alternative is being pursued.
Okay.
Yes.
An alternative. Okay. We'll hear of the decision that has been made. So my understanding is that the bids were non-responsive, and so you are looking at your next steps. Okay.
Yes, that's correct. By the way, my colleague MP from Manchester, these numbers here now refer to what's the first and the second. Coming and
Week one. So week one was 280.
well, the total number of students is much larger that are on the train, much larger than I spoke of originally. In week 1, 280 children travel.
For the week.
Yes.
Yeah,
Huh?
I think you had mentioned for the day. So.
But that's for the week. Week 2, 663. Week 3, 861. Week 4, 1993. I don't know why it dropped in week 5 to 1,060. But week 6 was 2,071. And week 7, 2,237.
Minister, I had a second question, a follow-up question. In civil aviation, in civil aviation, domestic,
yes,
is there any plans to revive the transportation from Tinsipen and elsewhere in the island? Because, and I ask it in the context of the e-commerce and delivery and the need for fast delivery services. I don't know what the situation is at the moment. Those services, the expansion of network of aerodromes. I know as of last year, there are some activities there. What is the prospect for continuing those activities, and is there the support for a systematic plan for rebuilding the network, including Tinsipen?
Well, you know, let me say, as you know, the whole question of our expansion of our airports was, of course, severely affected by the pandemic. But now that we are emerging from it, there are important things that we're doing. We just signed the contract for the expansion of the Montego Bay runway by 400 meters, which will allow for large-bodied planes from Europe and the Far East and so on that can carry 350 people one time. And they'll be able to land at Montego Bay, which can really help Jamaica to become an entrepot point for the region, not just for taking tourists to Jamaica, but they'll be able to transfer. Instead of Miami being the point of transfer, Jamaica can be the point of transfer. We are also looking at other aggressive programs like, Minister of Tourism and I will be welcoming the American Airlines executives in a few days to have a deep discussion about the Boscobel, what's it?
Ian Fleming.
The Ian Fleming Airport at Boscobel, because there are opportunities there. You have some tourists who don't want to drive from Montego Bay to Portland, but if they can fly to at least halfway there and drive the rest of the way, they are prepared to do that. So those are some of the kind of unique, sort of picking opportunities to expand our air travel services.
Minister, you articulated a view for Montego Bay as an entry port, and the lengthening of the runway as being able to take larger jets. Is there an overlap of that vision with Vernam Field? And if there is not, what then is the point of departure and the rationale for the development of Vernam Field?
Because I think basically the difference between Vernam Field and Montego Bay is one of them, the emphasis is tourism, tourists. Vernam Field, the emphasis would be more cargo and, you know, kind of commerce, and cargo being a big part of it. We remember that movement of cargo is not just for ships. Movement of cargo, especially in this age that we are in. More people want cargo to be moved by air. And the emphasis of Vernam Field would be cargo, while Montego Bay is for tourists and, you know, human traffic.
Well, and okay, that is constrained. That vision is constrained by the current conditions for the privatization of Norman Manley Airport. But the question is there, rather than confining the long-haul passenger to Montego Bay, and I accept that with the lengthening of the runway, you can take wider body jets. But there are even bigger jets. The 380, for example, with the extension of the runway, can that take the 380 jet in Montego Bay?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Well,
can that operate in Montego Bay even with that extension?
No, with the extension. The 380.
Mm.
We told you that this morning already, that the configuration of the 380 would not allow to be landed in Montague. It's too heavy for the runway, one, and two, the wing width is too wide for our jet bridges.
No,
so
I have the.
It's not possible.
No, I have the substantive minister here. I want to know. Wait. No. I want to understand the vision. No. You are the tourism minister. I've talked to the transport minister. We're talking about I'm speaking to the transport minister.
There will be some.
Yeah. And as he said, Montego Bay is tourism. Right? But no, seriously.
No, except to say that there will still be, even with the extension of the 400 meters, there will still be some limitations for some of the extreme, you know, but the enhancement, in our view, will make it significantly better and going in the right direction.
So
this is what, no, please. This is why my question, because if there is the push to get Vernam Field going, which I support, the expansion of Montego Bay is in train, which is okay. So my question was aimed at really rationalizing and the clear justification for the Vernam Field development.
Well, you know, the irony of it, you know, member, is that Vernam Field actually, of those three airports, Mobay, Kingston, and Vernam Field has the capacity for us to make it whatever length we want to make it. So that is part of what will single out the potential of Vernam Field.
So we don't need to limit it to cargo, but to look at the length of the long haul and the size of travel.
Absolutely, you're right.
Yes. Minister, over here, in respect of Vernam Field,
yes,
you know that falls clearly within the center of my constituency.
I'm sorry?
You know that facility falls squarely within the center of my constituency.
Yes.
Is there any budgetary allocation this year for anything to be done at the Vernam Field facility. And well, last year there was an allocation. Could you give me an update in respect of that allocation that was made last year? But for this financial year, what plans, if any, do you have for that facility?
Do we have any expenditure planned at all? The Airports Authority of Jamaica is doing a master plan study on it right now. And if there's any need for expenditure, then as an agency, they would, with consultation with us, would be able to do it.
And remember, Vernam Field is Mr. Montague.
Yes, yes, yes.
The budgetary allocation for last year.
I'm sorry?
The budgetary allocation that was there for last year. What is the status of that? Do you have any idea? Is it still available to be spent? Has it been spent?
I think it was actually cut.
It was cut.
Because of the lack of use, full use of it.
All right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Because, Minister, the Vernam Field project has been one that has been spoken about, and, you know, if it is timely, if it is not timely. And when Minister Henry was sitting in your seat, some 30 million was spent on bushing, and then the next thing we heard was that there's going to be some fencing. The bush came back up and they sent more equipments there to push down the place again. And I always like to walk with the previous financial year public bodies, and in it says the AAJ will also continue to play a key role in development plans for the Vernam Field aerodrome. The last line. They come back again this financial year. Last sentence again. AAJ will also anticipate that a master plan to inform the further expansion and development of the Vernam Field. And when I asked last financial year about the 1.4 billion that is in the capital expenditure side of the Airports Authority, we were told that the bulk of that would have been spent on Vernam Field. Right? We would do some rehabilitation to the runway, and some fencing would have been done, and other things. That expenditure,
What was it spent on?
that expenditure was cut to 225 million. Yeah? We were also told about the rehabilitation of the other aerodromes around the island. But now you come with a projected expenditure for aerodromes at 575 million for this financial year. Right? We're still talking about Bosco Bell, and millions were spent on Bosco Bell. We still don't see that the majority of the landing there are local planes and a few foreign-owned planes. But the cost of maintaining these aerodromes, and that's why I'm not rushing to look at Vernam Field when we have not yet used our other aerodromes compared to other Caribbean islands with small craft.
Yeah.
I am happy to know that we are doing another look at the use of the Vernam Field. But when will we have something? Because this has been going on for now about 6 years. When will we have something to present that this will be a part of the developmental plan for aerodromes, for light manufacturing, and for Central Jamaica? Because to keep on putting it in, and it's a joke when the Governor General mentioned it in his throne speech. It's a joke when the Minister come and put it in his sectoral presentation. And then year after year we come back and we still have not gone anywhere, but yet still we have spent a little money on bushing of the Vernam Field, which don't make no sense.
Yeah.
So when can we expect this master plan? Because we have heard in the past of investors coming and wanting to invest. When can the ministry or the minister tell us that we will get this master plan so that when we see an item in the budget for capital expenditure, we can say, no, we are moving in the right direction.
Yes, let me say this to you, that we have not dropped Vernam Field as an active project. As a matter of fact, the Prime Minister had put it into the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. That's where it is at. That's Vernam Field. That's where it's at now. And that is a sign that it is being given special attention. Okay? So, of course, here again, just like, no, hold on. Here again, I'm just saying that the AAJ, we know, continues to be actively looking into the question of Vernam Field, and the Prime Minister has now placed it into his Ministry of Economics.
Now that you have refreshed my memory, but that was from last financial year too. It's from last financial year. If Vernam Field was a woman, I wouldn't want you to date her anymore. After 6 years, should I find another man? Yeah?
To tell you now that the tendering process,
yeah,
for a master plan is now being done, right now, as we speak.
All right, thank you.
And it's expected to be completed by early 2023.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
It's in contingency.
Just before we close, just let me say to you, my Manchester neighbor, the funds for the buses, as I said earlier, are under the Ministry of Finance and Public Service contingency on page 2000, C17 to 19. Okay, the funding. Yes. So that funding is for this year, and I'm targeting 6 months. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome, Minister.
God bless. Madam Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you. That's lovely to hear. We are now going to put 68,000 to a vote, pages numbers 1 through 17. Those in favor? Those
Aye.
against, the ayes have it. Thank you very much, Ministry of Transport and Mining. We will now invite Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, the final ministry for this afternoon's session. Agriculture and Fisheries. Minister, hold on, because I was searching the book for your capital budget and couldn't find it. Minister Shaw, hold a moment. Members, before you move, we were searching for your capital head and couldn't find it. It is way after where it belongs on the section. Hold a moment. I think you have 68,000 C, page 1 to 2. Just you need to be here, Minister. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. So that's 68,000 C, page 1 to 2.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Whatever saw you at the things. Yeah? Something will come to audition. Situation established. Minister Witter to sit this. Minister Witter. Minister Witter. Come in. Pressure me, listen, you want that farm road? What a pressure me is, let's talk about that farm road.
So we are about to begin deliberations on 51,000, head 51,000. Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries. Minister Charles, you may begin.
Madam Speaker, let us firstly thank you for, Madam Chairman, apologies. We have been watching the Stella presiding over the proceedings, and we know that we are nearing the end of the day, so we should move swiftly through.
Swiftly through.
We just want to, in terms of introduction, just reaffirm that the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries continues to be one of the vital sectors contributing to the growth of our economy. And so, though we would have wanted much more, we are within the context of the challenges that we are facing and the need for fiscal discipline. What's that? Yes. Within the context of all of those things, we highlight the fact that last year, the preliminary estimates of the domestic crop production saw between the October to December quarter an increase and improvement of 18.2% over the correspondent year. And more so, for the entire year, we saw an annual increase in the sector of 10.4%, Madam Chairman. For the first time ever in the history of our country, moving past 700,000 tons with the highest production ever of 770,456.2 tons. What it means is that if we are to continue a contribution of 7.8% to the GDP or to increase that, we will have to be resilient and focused. And so we are watching and listening to all of the global shifts, but it is our intention to make sure that the 16 billion odd that is allocated to the ministry is used wisely, and we continue the projects that have for more than 4 years put the ministry on a trajectory focused on advancing the 43 initiatives that fall under the food security, agribusiness development, climate smart technologies, and export expansion pillars. Madam Chairman, I put to our colleagues any questions. The relevant pages are in the estimate of expenditure for 2022 and 2023 for their perusal.
Thanks, Minister. Member Cousins?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I know that there is an increase for this year over the last budgetary year of roughly $1,318,000,000 compared to what was the last revised estimate of expenditure for the year 2021-2022. However, when I'm looking at, I'm directing you now to page 51,003. And whilst I was excited when I saw the increase, I was very alarmed when I realized that the increase seems to be focusing more on the executive direction and administration component of the ministry, because the increase over the last year for that component alone is over 822 million. So could you please explain how it is that we are having a pandemic, coming out of a pandemic, the focus is on increasing domestic production immediately, but the bulk of the increase seems to be absorbed by administration. Seems top heavy to me, so I want you to clarify that.
Yes. Permit me firstly to just acknowledge Minister of State Witter, Permanent Secretary Spence and the team with me. As it relates to the increase, of course, we are on course to continue all things within context, the increases in efficiency and productivity, and that requires us to have boots on the ground. It requires us to have the necessary staffing to be able to administer the funds and allocation of budget. And the projects that we have in terms of the large investment projects require the necessary staff if they are to be executed in a timely manner and efficiently. So that's what accounts for the increases that you see at 51,003. You would see that we also have the pre-investment programs, which you're aware of, 406 million. You have JACRA as well, and you have a reimbursement also that is detailed. So those things account for the increases that you speak of on page 3.
I actually intend to get to the JACRA, but certainly I saw the pre-investment components that amounted to roughly 400 million. And I still believe that when you look at it, let's see if I can direct it to the page, it would be 51,008. And it deals with Yalas West Agricultural Development Project, Pedro Plains.
Yes.
So these are really pre-investment, preparatory analysis, etc., not any actual execution of works.
No. So these are what are required if we're going to execute the work efficiently and to do it properly. So if you take, for instance, what we have done with Essex Valley and with the Southern Plains projects, you'd see where last year you had a lot of the preliminary designs and work of this nature, and this financial year will be moving now into the more acquisitory and infrastructure development phase. So we are with these where we were last year with those larger projects. But for those projects, you'll see where we're moving into the building out of infrastructure and works.
I'm just concerned about the 400 million just for I mean, I'm not an expert, but certainly I believe that, you know, it is very concerning to me, and I think we have to control these expenses because sometimes these expenses can get out of hand. Too many administration expenses, you know. And so we don't want an organization that is too top-heavy and focused on just paying staff as opposed to delivering the quality of service that is required, you know. So I think that should more be the focus. But I understand, and I know that this won't change much. I understand the explanation, I accept it because I saw it, but I'm just saying that I'm concerned. That's
so let me note and appreciate your concern. And just to alleviate some of that concern, let me tell you, of that 406, 304 million of that is for the cadastral works that are taking place for the Pedro Plains, which is a massive project. So you can understand that it would not be prudent of any country to advance a project of that nature without the sufficient preliminary work. So a large chunk of it is for that large project.
Well, I'm not an expert in this field, so I'll just accept your explanation. Okay. Let us focus now, Minister, on the allocation for, and I'm now at page, the same 51,003, coordination of farm theft cases. Now, predial larceny has been very topical. It has been an issue that we have been addressing over the last X number of years. Both yourself and I are members of the bar, so we understand the importance of the legislative changes and the preparation of case files to go to the court, etc. But looking at the allocation, $1,780,000. Now, Minister, if we're serious about predial larceny and preparation of cases and trying to ensure that we we cauterize this thing. Doesn't this seem a bit inadequate to you just looking at it? 1,780,000 of a budget of over 10 billion just to deal with preparation of case files, etc. But look at it.
So to answer you, in short, the answer is yes. A resounding yes. Just looking at it, it would seem very inadequate. But you have to see it within the context that the approach to Preda Larceny from the government is in conjunction with the Ministry of National Security, whose budget focuses on now the execution, investigations, and that aspect of the Preda Larceny. This is primarily administrative. However, I do share, and I've expressed that from the get-go, that there is a need for us to have a much more acute focus on Preda Larceny, and it is our intention to, despite the allocation here, which is primarily administrative, we will be advancing a task force which will at another time divulge the details of, and we will be putting forward some suggestions and recommendations and requests to Cabinet. But this is to be understood within the context that this does not reflect the government's approach. It reflects the ministry's administrative portion of the Preda Larceny aspect, which is joint in approach with the Ministry of National Security.
All right, thank you, Minister. I mean, I accept your explanation, but still we do want to obfuscate the responsibilities of the protection of the farmers wholly and solely to the ministry, or pass it on solely to the Ministry of National Security. So I'll urge you to see how best going forward we can improve these allocations to strengthen the capacity to assist the police in ridding Jamaica of this scourge once and for all. Now let's move quickly to page 51,005, and it support the public bodies. It is to be noted that 2020-2021, no allocation was made to JACRA. 21-22, no allocation. Come 2022-2023, I see an allocation here for $250 million. Could you explain what is happening here? Because it does seem to be a bit hard that JACRA would be getting such a large subvention from the government at this time.
You had 51,005? Okay. All right. So that falls under one of the priority initiatives for the ministry for the year, and in particular because we have a focus on the mandate of JACRA in terms of being the house for the commodities regulated under our regulation, as well as really our focus on really driving export. So if you recall, there was a decrease in the cess, which would have funded JACRA. And so that shortfall in the budget is what is being now supplemented through the support of this allocation from the Ministry of Finance. And it will be broken down into salaries, completion of a warehouse, which is critical to us being able to do the necessary advances for the crop over the year, utilities, insurance and security, tools, equipment, computer-related items and server, and other fees for us to advance the protection of our brand, which is something which I've heard you speak about as well. So put this within the context of the decrease in the cess that would have amounted in the past to support for JACRA.
I understand your explanation, but if you look at the Jamaica public bodies, you have that book? Page 113, where it is anticipated that JACRA's revenues, income, has increased to 577, or projected to increase to 577 million, moving from 329. You have this?
No, but we're guarded about it.
No. To respond to? You can go ahead and respond.
No, go ahead, ask.
Yeah, so I'm saying that the income for JACRA, basically what you're saying is that the cess resulted in a decrease in their earnings and therefore the government had to provide a subvention. But based on the projections here, it's projected that they're going to increase in terms of their income, which is 577, and their expenses jump to 791 from 380, almost double. So what accounts for that double digit, or that doubling of the expenses that would have wiped out perhaps any surplus that would have been made by the entity? So I don't understand this. I'm very confused.
So,
if you look at page 113, it's there.
So your concern is with the increase in expenses, but the increase in expenses is will actually correlate with the increase in projections in terms of what JACRA will be bringing in terms of revenue. So you have to spend more if you want to get more as well. And part of our effort in terms of really moving JACRA forward is to put in place the necessary support, the financial support, but also to abide by the fiscal discipline that is required for us to see the outcomes that we seek. So the expenses would not remain the same if we are seeking to increase our projections in terms of what we want JACRA to bring in. There has to be an increase here, and that's what you see here at page 113.
All right,
also, please remember though, I'm trying to see the page to show you that Banana Board also will be rolled in. So there are other responsibilities that JACRA will have in the financial year coming. So put it within the context of that expanding responsibilities and the modernization that is required if JACRA is to become more efficient and more productive.
My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, when JACRA was established, it was really to focus on the traditional crops and providing a platform for the revitalization of, for example, cocoa, etc. You know, we have been battling the frosted pod rot, and if you never look at the allocation in the budget this year to deal with that, it has not increased significantly. So that is what caused me to really look deeply at the subvention to really try to ascertain what would have caused us to be injecting so much money into JACRA now.
So we know that, member, and we actually have a project now that is being evaluated by PIMC, which in large part would focus a lot on what you have spoken about and the expansion of some of the products under JACRA's purview, turmeric, ginger, etc. So we are not misaligned in terms of how we see it and the trajectory of JACRA. But I just indicate for you that already under fire is the necessary projects to deal with the expansion that you want and that we all want in Jamaica.
Looking at page 51,010, Agricultural Research and Development. Again, when I saw the increased allocation to the ministry, one of the first areas I turned to try to ascertain whether or not we are serious about the sector is research and development. And looking at the projection here, Minister, the budgetary allocation and the improvement is just a mere $50-something million, I think, or roughly $50 to $70 million, you know? So how can you, are we serious to say that we are serious about agricultural development and the growth of agriculture when we are not seeing the type of investment in research and development that would put the sector on a path for growth?
Yeah, no, I agree, but I want to carry you to, I'm trying to find the page in the capital where it, you know, the fact is that the government has spent, I think it's more than 700 million in the last 3 years in terms of research and in terms of the rehabilitation of bodles, bringing it up to standards that are required if we are going to boost local production. And the fact is that we continue those efforts. And so what you see here at 51,010 is only a portion of the work to be done in terms of strengthening our research and development capacity. All right? If you go to 51,000C, page what? 7. Yes, you'll see the rehabilitation of our research centers, where you see another 105 million, and that's just one phase in terms of the support there for strengthening of the research centers and infrastructure. And if you turn the page, you'll see under subsection 10 there some of the details of what is anticipated.
So, Minister, again, when I saw the increased allocation, I went and I looked at the production incentive program, because I'm looking at that program as one of the programs that we use primarily to target growth, especially amongst our small farmers. And again, the increase to me is very nominal when compared to the overall increase in the budget. How you explain that?
The increase in the research
production incentive program. 51,010. You go down, you look at production incentive to farmers at 10170. That was 1.02 billion. It is now 1.07 billion. So it was $50 million.
Yes. So we have an increase here of $50 million. And yes, I mean, of course, we would have loved to have an increase of $2 billion. But the reality is that we are working within the context of, you know, unusual, perilous circumstances. And yes, you know, I don't think anybody would disagree that we would want much more.
You see, what my thinking is, Minister, what my thinking is that we're coming out of a pandemic.
Yes.
And our farmers would have suffered significantly. The hotel sector would have closed down. That market would have been reduced significantly. Hotel sector opening up back, there's an opportunity for tremendous growth. So therefore, what I was looking at wasn't necessarily the programs that are thinking about 3-4 years. I'm looking more at the ones like the production incentive that is going to actually benefit the farmers almost immediately, whereas we balance our planning, you know. So when I look at it from that point of view, I'm wondering, you know, where are we going? What is the plan? Because it doesn't seem as if there's an immediate plan to assist the farmers right away.
So let me say this. The plan is evidenced by the numbers that you saw last year. Last year you had, as I said in the last quarter, 18.2% increase. Over the last year, 10.4% increase. And so what it means is that we are on our way and we are already executing a plan that is working. It's not for us to have a new plan, it's to continue and to enhance that plan. And so what is important to note is that there's no reduction, but rather a nominal, minimal increase, and there will be efforts, I must tell you, efforts for us to supplement this with other support. We are looking into strengthening of partnerships for us where necessary to focus on climate financing and for funding to come to us where it is perhaps limited in our own budget for us to be able to put the support into the sector. And I do believe that within the context of all that's taking place globally, we are already having discussions at the ministry in terms of the proactive approach that we have to continue and what we would need in terms of support for us to make adjustments within the context of what's taking place globally. So I hear you, but we share the concerns, but I disagree in terms of the numbers, because the numbers are showing that we're on the right track, and we are looking towards an increased production of select crops by 15% in the next financial year.
Well, Minister, let me tell you, if that is the case, I'd be more than happy, because the success of the agricultural sector, as I've always said, it is not one to be politicized, and therefore I am happy for any growth in the sector. You and I represent constituencies that are on the southern plains. We have lost significant investments in sugar, and therefore we have, for example, the southern plains development projects. So that now takes me to that question. Where are we with that, with those projects? We have a lot of projects that were in the pipeline. I'm hoping that they are still on stream for this budgetary year, and that we can complete those projects expeditiously. We have another one, the Hermitage project. You and I were there at the groundbreaking ceremony for that. I have seen no movement in that since that time.
Yeah,
so just provide me with a brief update on that.
Our focus will be now on making sure that we drive those projects. As I said to you earlier, the SPAD along with the Essex Valley are moving into a different gear for this financial year. Where you're going to see movements of, in total, upwards of $4 billion spent between those two projects to drive now into that more infrastructure development phase. And there are other projects for the Southern Belt that will see us spending upwards of $70 million, and a focus also on the Hermitage project to move it into that next phase. So we share that space, and we share the concern. But luckily, if you look on the numbers, you can see that at least the projections is for us to get some work done. That is why the efficiency, the staffing, and the precision in terms of how we do it in a timely manner is going to be very, very, very important.
And the final point, I believe, the extension services. I was looking also when I saw the increase, because we have been receiving complaints from extension officers in respect of their ability to even travel and move around and get the job done. So I was looking for a sizable increase as well for the extension services. Now, when you look at it, 1347, 1369, $22 million of an overall increase of $1.3 billion for extension services, which to my mind are extremely critical if we are going to really provide the level of assistance to the farmers to get them to where we want them. So these are the things, Minister. I mean, I know you're new in the chair. I know that maybe next year we'll see a difference. I have to say it from now, though. I'm not happy about some of these increases, because I believe that the areas that we should be prioritizing we're not. But then again, it is not my call. And you have a competent team around you, and I hope that they get it right. But I'm very concerned.
Thank you, Member. Let me just alleviate some of your concerns by putting it in context. RADA has coming a lot of, well, not a lot, but has coming equipment in terms of tractors, implements, and other equipment, which is going to support driving the processes on the ground. We all hear the concerns in terms of the numbers, in terms of extension services and extension officers, but we are moving into a phase where we will have a comprehensive restructuring of RADA itself. And so I think it's 26 million that is committed to the restructuring of that organization in the initial phases. I wish it was a bill. We'll talk to you about that. We know you can do that, but 26 million for the initial preliminary phase of the restructuring to get the consultants and other things done. Our job is to drive that forward. Once we are able to go through that process, it will allow for us to know exactly what we require in terms of extension officers, services, to move RADA into that modern organization for it to achieve its goals with improvements in efficiency, reducing any waste, and really allowing us now to have sustainable growth throughout our country. That must be coupled within the context of all of the other work that's being done to identify our production zones and the good work that we are already doing in terms of RADA and our extension officers across the country.
Final question, JAS, Jamaica Agricultural Society. What's the rationale behind not strengthening the relationship with the JAS and the government, as opposed to weaning the JAS off the government coffers. I'm very concerned about a 120-something-year-old organization like the JAS being just thrown aside. And I think that we have to rethink some of these approaches. Organizations like the JAS are less political, and sometimes the less political we can get in terms of agricultural investments and making connections with the farmers, the better it is for all of us. So I'm very concerned about the JS. I see the budgetary. I realize that based on the projections, definitely there are plans to wean the JS of the budget, of the government coffers, but I'm very, very concerned. And that's something that as minister over time, we need to sit down and talk about it, because I don't believe we should be treating the JS the way that they are being treated now.
So I look forward to the conversation. You know, it's not any intention to be viewed negatively. I mean, JS is seen and continues to be seen as a very critical organization. And we have strong partnerships and continued strong partnerships with JS. It is, however, part of the government's nomenclature to, as best as possible, create independence in organizations. And this is something which is a part of the fiscal discipline structure. And it's necessary if government is to become more refined and modernized in its approach. But I do look forward to the conversation with you, and I assure you that we see JAS as a very, very important organization.
Thank you, Minister, and I wish you the best for the upcoming financial year, because, as I said before, the improvements, the benefits of the agricultural sector benefits all of us.
Much
you know,
appreciated.
each and every one of us here, we are impacted in one way or the other by the agricultural sector and how it is being treated. When your wife go to the market on a Saturday and come home, you get the complaints. If you go to the market yourself, you get the complaints. So we need to do something and do something now to ensure that we can provide some better security in terms of food security for the wider Jamaica. But all the best for the rest of the year, and I believe that is the extent of my interrogation of the budgetary allocations for this year, and certainly look forward to the budgetary presentations to hear more detail as to what you plan. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Much appreciated.
Thank you, member. I now put head 51,000, pages 1 through 26. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. 51,000 C, pages 1 through 17. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. Thank you. Yes, that was your capital.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much for your contribution today. Members, this being the final assigned ministry for deliberations for today, we would like to call a close to the committee session. The House Leader, ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you to please continue to maintain order. Sit, members. Members Warmington, members Morgan, members Witter, please take your seats. For those persons who are on their way out, could you be so kind to discreetly remove yourself from the Parliament? Member Cousins, the meeting is not finished. Please take your seat, sir. Members, tomorrow is a public holiday. Everybody will be off and getting some needed rest for Ash Wednesday. We remind you that on Thursday, Standing Finance Committee continues with ministries that were scheduled to be presented and to have their deliberations done. So we are back here this Thursday, at 9 a.m. sharp. So you're going to move the motion. Turn on your mic.
Madam Chair, I wish to move that the meeting of the Standing Finance Committee be suspended until Thursday, March 3, 2022 at 10 a.m.
10? 9.
At 9, correction, at 9 a.m. I must tell you, 9 has been an issue with traffic, but nevertheless, 9 a.m. Yes. So let me just repeat, Madam Speaker, for the purpose of Hansard. I wish to move that the meeting of the Standing Finance Committee be suspended until Thursday, March 3, 2022 at 9 a.m. May it please you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, House Leader. Members, the question is that we suspend Standing Finance Committee meeting until this Thursday at 9 a.m. when we will reconvene. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This meeting now stands adjourned.
Good morning and welcome to day